Then you can get rid of yours. Perfect. Okay.
And I just advance it here.
Yeah. That button there. And just make sure you have my cursor.
Perfect.
So I'm Ed Ellerbeck. I work with Amy Smith, who together we and Juan Choi run our research training core within the Frontiers KU CTSA. We're really delighted to have you here this morning to work on our grant writing skills. Our session this morning is co-hosted by the Frontier CTSA and the KU Cancer Center. So we're really delighted to have you here. We're really delighted to welcome Dr. David Curiel from the University of Washington, who comes here with an outstanding track record in grant writing and inside knowledge with the NIH. His background, he's Emory sort of born and raised, having completed medical school, residency, fellowship, all at Emory before going across the pond to the Netherlands to get his PhD in virology. He then has done fellowships in pulmonary medicine and in biotechnology at the NIH, and currently leads the director of the Biological Therapeutics Center at the University of Washington. He's got an outstanding track record in his own grant writing, particularly in gene transfer technology as it relates to personalized medicine and cancer therapeutics. And we're delighted to have him here to show us how to write successful NIH grants. Thank you very much for coming.
Really happy to be here. My father-in-law is from Southwest Kansas, and they tell me my course is going to be transmitted all over Kansas. So you guys may not be impressed with this course, but my father-in-law and his folks, they're impressed. I want to give just a little background as to the rationale for the course. I started out as the All-American Jewish internist who got a first faculty position at UNC. And that was the aristocratic kind of place that Southerners like me wanted to go to. And when I got to my little desk, there was a how to write a grant memo. And there were 3 lines: be on time, be brief, go for the point. And somehow between that memo, there was a 60-page grant and nothing told me what was in the middle. So over the next 30 years, I survived every administrative change. I survived NIH grant nadirs. I survived scandals in my field, and I always made my work relevant, and I've always stayed funded. And that's because of grant writing skills, not my science. And what I want to teach you is that skill, so you can make your work relevant, so you can stay funded for the next 30 years. The course isn't going to work if y'all sit there formally. This is supposed to be interactive. Ask me questions, challenge me, make me clarify. I've been paid, and so it's really going to be my goal that you get the most out of this. Okay? So y'all have already failed the course. You didn't do a PubMed search on me, and you didn't do an e-reporter analysis of my grants. What you're going to learn in this course is how do you make all the publicly available databases guide you. Everything you need is out there on the internet, and the course will be driving home that theme. Questions so far? So this is the first module, pre-writing considerations. And this is going to seem really theoretical and self-indulgent, but bear with me because you have to understand this theoretical background to understand the nuts and bolts pieces that we're going to talk about later. And the really sub-theme of this module is what goes on in the mind of the NIH. Because once you understand that, you can pitch your grant to them. So I don't know when you got your faculty appointment if this was explained to you, but this is how academic medical centers work. Whether they're in Heidelberg, like in this picture, or in Kansas City, it's a 19th century German model. We're stuck with it. Salary support is the sine qua non of academic residence. You got to support yourself. That's the bottom line. You can be free to be the conscience of society if you're paying your own salary. And traditionally, in medical centers, that has been patient care, grant support, service. So the ideology that I was trained with was the so-called triple threat. That is, an ideal academic investigator endeavors some combination of investigation supported by his own grants, patient care, and teaching service. This was the ideal. What do people think? Is this operational now? Yeah, don't even think about it. There's nobody who can do these things all well, and if you can't support your grants, then the other things won't matter. And that's the point. The ugly truth at a university is you need to be a useful person. And universities derive their national ranking from so-called indirect costs. That's the money they take from an NIH grant. If the NIH gives you $1 million, they take anywhere from 40 to 90% of that. And that is the basis of their national ranking. These faculty-derived indirect costs are the most critical to the university's missions. This is what makes you a useful person. Your cystic fibrosis grant, do you think the dean cares about it? Your muscular dystrophy grant, do you think it's even on his radar? Your internal grant for your musculoskeletal center, do you think your chairman even knows about this? I'll talk about what the usefulnesses of those are, but these aren't useful to get you on the radar of the NIH and your administration. NIH dollars trump all. The point of this course is activation energy to get you those NIH dollars. Nobody's going to challenge me. Nobody's going to say, what am I doing here? This is different than my recruitment package. This isn't what I was promised. I'm going to give you hard truths. So here's a hard truth. This is the unspeakable truth of academic medicine that administrators have to deal with. You get your first academic appointment at age 35. Your first NIH R01 is usually age 40 to 45. Isn't that incredible? So how do you bridge the gap? How do you survive for 10 years so you can hit that first R, if you hit that first R? Well, one facet is your startup package is cleverly designed to get you what you need in terms of resources and personnel to do the work you need. The other is that you have an institution that's rich in institutional grants and you can compete for them. And the other is that they're foundation grants that don't put a lot of emphasis on your appointment. But these formulas are highly, highly specific. For example, I just moved to WashU, and I have published 700 papers. I've hundreds of millions of dollars of NIH grant funding, and I've been competing for their institutional grants. And I just got one after 8 years. That's how competitive it is. So the culture of what these are and how they help you is very institution dependent. But the bottom line is you have 10 years to tread water to hit your NIH grant, because the average age of the first NIH grant is 45 years old. Questions so far? So your goal, you people here, is bridging the gap. How do you get through these 10 years? You have to position yourself for this first NIH submission. That's the critical goal of facultyship, to get the data, the consortium, the institutional support that predicates you being ready for an NIH grant. This must be endeavored while also transitioning the grant. So it's essential that you have a reasonable startup package, that you have consciousness of institutional grants so that you could obtain them, and that your foundation grants provide a base of supporting your research operation while you're gaining your data. So everything must be seen through the lens of activation energy. Activation energy to get that first R. So your startup package needs to be tailored to your science. What you need in that startup package, junior faculty just often negotiate for the biggest possible startup package. But what you want to make sure is that you have the resources and equipment to carry out your work, the technical support to carry out your work, and that you have protected time to endeavor the writing. Startup packages are tailored to enabling you to get the data you need to write that first grant. Activation energy. So one of the things that you have to become a master of, and this really requires identifying a good mentor within your institution, is finding these stopgap sources and obtaining them. So one source is institutional grants, and institutions can have pilot grants linked to centers, career development grants, or training grants. And the purpose of a mentor is to point you to these, but on your own, you need to be tuned into informatics. I'm sure Kansas University has a grants office, and the grants office must put out a newsletter, and the newsletter must tell you, here are offerings. So a big part of your initial job is to know what all of these are. Is this all news to y'all, or getting a lot of blank looks? I'm trying to put it into a organized context. Training grants, CDAs, career development grants, pilots, these are critical for this 10-year stopgap. The other is foundation grants. So within your disease area, you must know foundations that support your work. And there's a political facet of working with that foundation, knowing that foundation, going to their meetings that positions you for the dollars. Every disease, no matter how rare, has a foundation. My daughter-in-law is at UC Davis, and she said, we're working on this disease, Angelman's disease. There was a huge foundation. They were giving one of my rivals $1.5 million. I didn't even know this foundation existed. We identified a new mutation at WashU, and the family created a foundation, and they generated money. So foundation grants are disease-focused, career stage-focused, opportunity-driven. So institutional grants, foundation grants. Here's the key thing. All of these grants are giving you practice for the R01, and they're giving you the support that enables you to get the data. Academic appointment, 35 years. First NIH grant, 44 years. Bridging the gap. Startup package, institutional grants, foundation grants. I don't know if I'm going to go into this. I want to highlight these. You will need to become a connoisseur of these opportunities. So for example, when I went to WashU, I said, what is your newsletter that tells me about the grants? And they said, here's the newsletter, and here's the grants through research. And I said, well, how did you pick those grants? And they said, we have this failed PhD, and she tells us what to pick. And I said, so this failed PhD is telling hundreds of faculty. And so I met with the grants office, we came up with a new list, and now it's a broadened thing. So I'd say kick the tires on what are your informational sources. In addition, there are grant search engines, Community of Science, American Association of Science. You should have those bookmarked on your computer. You should have plugged into your computer topical searches, so automatically opportunities are downloaded and in front of you. The university thinks it's your problem to find these. And even if it's offering you those, don't be fooled into thinking their mechanism is competent or complete. Questions about institutional grants? Bridging the gap, 10 years, got to make it happen. So the idea is to get this first R01. Why do you want a first R01? Because in every way, it catalyzes your career in ways that you may not be told. The first thing that happens is you're on some database now at the NIH, and they'll now draw your name to review other grants, to go to Bethesda, to stay in bad hotels, and to review. But you will learn more reviewing than you will in any other process, and you won't get the chance until you get your R1. Secondly, institutional grants that link you to programmatic grants, projects on spores, membership and T32 training grants won't happen until you have your first NIH grants. Third is the dean will notice you. He has a sheet with who got an R, and he will know your name. So in every single way, the R is the critical catalytic step for your career developing exponentially. So how do we get this first R01? What's the formula? First or senior authors in your topic. Second, a supportive consortium. The NIH likes to believe that you're part of a team, and the trend towards co-PI'd and multi-PI'd grants reflects this. So build your team from the get-go. Supportive institution. Institutions that have centers, institutes, join them, so that when you write your grant, you can show that you're embedded within the institution. Here's what the NIH likes: someone doing something novel and of quality that's linked to a productive group or team for whom the institution has made an investment. It's clear. That's the formula. So here's the point I really wanted to drive home. You can do amazing work with foundation grants, with service, with patient care, but your path forward as an academician isn't happening because certain radar features aren't operative. First, when you get your R, the dean's going to send you a nice letter on thick vellum paper, and you can put it up in your office, but now he knows your name. He will not know your name until you get that R. Second, your university probably has loads of T32s, training grants, where you can pick up free bodies and expand your research base. I'm on 8 at WashU. You can't get on those unless you have an R. Third, in the same regard, your institution must have programmatic grants, SPORES, USE, PPGs. You can't get on those unless you have an R. And lastly, NIH reviewship. It's super critical. You'll meet NIH staff, you'll network with people, you'll understand the system more than you ever can after 4 hours with me. And none of these things are going to happen until you get the R. R is activation energy. So I've told you a lot about how the NIH is thinking about things, and I was really lucky in my career. I wanted to be, I'm from a little town in Georgia, and my dad was a GP, and my view of the world was to go to Atlanta, which was heaven, and go practice pulmonary in Gwinnett County, one of the growing exurbs of Atlanta. That was my world vision. I got the opportunity to go to the NIH. I fell in love, and I stayed 6 years. And one of the things that happened is I learned the culture. And that culture is critical to the design of my grants. And I'm going to impart that culture to you. You'll learn more about that culture by seizing every opportunity to go to Bethesda. Okay? Who's been to Bethesda? Who's done anything up there? Is it quirky? Is it a quirky place? So here's the things you need to know about Bethesda. It's a quirky institutional culture. It's not like any other institutional entity in the government. There are no primers. Nobody has written the book that says, here's how the NIH works. And your success is subservient to understanding this culture. Who's been to Bethesda? Why am I showing the fishmongers? Because it embodies NIH quirkiness. It's illegal to sell anything on the NIH campus. But sure enough, for 6 years, every Friday, the fish guys from the Eastern Shore came and they sold fish on the campus. It's a quirky, strange place. So the most overarching thing about the NIH is that it's a place where rules break down, that it's the one arm of academics that's truly meritocratic, where anybody with a new proposal, a new idea will get funded. Whatever are the flaws of the NIH process, it's as good as humans can do. And you have to start off believing that to move forward. And I know I'll tear up, but my mentor, Ron Crystal, said, when you came here, nobody asked where you were from, nobody asked about your family. All we wanted to know is what you could do. So for a guy from a little town in South Georgia, music to my ears. And what I learned was it was meritocratic, and with all of its flaws, the grant process is as good as humans can do. So the most overarching thing that you need to know about NIH culture is in this slide. The NIH personnel are like gods on Olympus. They see us. They know what we do. They sit at the coffee machine and they gossip about us. It's not an impersonal bureaucracy. Personal relationships are the basis of effectiveness. Reputation, reputation, reputation. Coffee machine physiology, they're talking about us. I raised this because I also was lucky enough to stumble on a group of Soviet bioweaponeers who were leaving the collapsing Soviet Union, and they were the cadre that empowered my virology effort. And I understood how they related to their bureaucracy because I had lived a short time in the USSR. And the thing they never get is that these are people. You call them, they think about you, they're at the coffee machine gossiping about you. When they're not reviewing, their job is to talk with you. And I'm gonna give you many examples of how you can personally interact with them to empower your career. But if you leave this course thinking, this is an impersonal bureaucracy and I won't call those people, you've missed the whole point. It's the opposite. Governments are people, the NIH is people, build relationships.
Dr. Kira, halfway.
Which?
Halfway.
Oh, halfway, okay. I was hoping for a question. So here's the formula. This is the Mandela of your career advancement. Activation energy for R01 development. This is what you should have posted in your office, at home. An original hypothesis advanced by an independent investigator with institutional support, a collaborative network, putting forth feasibilizing data. That's the formula. And you're ready for your R01 when you can look at this Mandela and say, I've achieved all these things. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how do you fill in the Mandela. The first thing is to advance your project. What I'm doing, is it relevant? Is it resonant? Does the NIH want to know about it? So when I lived for a short time in the USSR, one of the quotes, someone asked Lenin, what's the way to succeed in this new society? And his answer is very famous, and any Soviet school child could tell it to you. Read, read, and read. And you can, in almost any instance, in 2 hours, figure out if your topic is timely, if it's addressing a barrier, and if it's something the NIH wants to know about. And that's a key formula when you write your grant to build into the proposal. So here's how you can get there. Informatics will guide your proposal. You don't need to call mentors. You don't need to have a study group. Just on the computer, you can find out everything you need to know as to whether you're ready to write this grant. So if you go to this NIH site called the NIH eReporter, do people know this site? I know this site because my brother's in academic medicine too. He's a year older. And if he calls me, I figure he's gotten a grant. So while he's on the phone, I look this up, and sure enough, he'll never call me unless he's gotten a new grant. And I'm the same way. But what you can find out is what's funded, who's funded, what they're funded for, what topics are funded in just seconds. So if you're endeavoring in an area, you can quickly find out, are others studying this, and who are they? Is the funding for this increasing over time? And are you addressing a unique facet of this? Isn't that amazing? From one NIH site, you can know this. I remember when I was junior faculty at UAB, we were recruiting some porphyria guy. And at the committee, they pulled up the site and said, oh my God, porphyria funding is out the window, and we didn't hire him. So from this site, are you studying something timely? Is the NIH seeing it as especially timely? And are you studying the thing that's critical to this field going forward? NIH eReporter. So the other thing is, do people do web crawler where they have literature searched and dumped to them in the morning? So I have like 30 topics, and there's a site called Web Crawler, and it pulls all the references, and in the morning I can see all the references. And the other thing that it does is it looks at them graphically over time. Do you follow? So I'm studying adenovirus for vaccines. So look at this curve. Do you think this is more interesting or less interesting to the NIH? And not only does this tell me I'm on the right track, do you know what I do with this thing? I put it in my grant. And I say there's an increasing interest in adenoviruses, figure 1. And you've already gutted all the reviewers who are adenovirus nihilists. But at least you can look in your field and see, are you studying something timely? A critical facet of, why should I write the oh, go ahead.
How do you generate that answer?
It's on the PubMed. If you go to the PubMed page, on the right is a little graph, and you can click on it, and it'll show you this. Do you follow? The data is on there on the right-hand corner of the topic search.
Okay.
Could you please clarify how do you figure out that the funding in a particular area is increasing over time?
When you go to the eReporter, you can search by years. So you can just do 5 clicks and you've done the last 5. There's what do you call it? It'll vet you down per year, and so you can see that.
You just get lists and lists of runs, like 50 pages of it. And then you're not sure, are they R1s, they're going to be F30. But
So-
you just said the number of grants and figure it more over time.
I will open up if there are a number of grants in my area, I'll open them up and see what they're about. And sometimes you'll see 30 grants and you'll say, oh, this is terrible. But if you'll click through the one line, you open the details port, sometimes you'll see that 29 of them have nothing to do with what you're talking about. So sometimes it takes a little more work, but there's more information than just the grant titles. You click details and it gives you a whole abstract of what they're doing. This is a lesson of the course. You can't believe what you can learn about the competition just online. You can use this in a number of ways. You can say, look what I'm doing, how important it is, or you can use it and say, look, nobody else is doing it. But you'll have information. So the key feasibilities is another way you evaluate the opportunity. So for the significance section, which I'll talk about later, they say, what are the field barriers and are you addressing them? And about 5 years ago, the NIH went through a philosophical shift to highlight field barriers and work that addresses field barriers. So if you can say your work is, when you do this analysis, you can say that your work is addressing field barriers and that you're bringing unique skills. That's another way to do your brutal self-assessment. And we'll talk more about this. But to go back to adenoviruses, for example, when you go to eReporter and you read the 10 funded adenovirus proposals, and 9 of them say, we're addressing the barrier of preformed immunity using primate adenoviruses, and your work is also about addressing the barrier to preformed immunity, you know you're on track. Do you follow? So that's how the additional reading can teach you that you're addressing a field barrier. If you're doing porphyria, you're not addressing a field barrier. Here's the point. Your search may tell you that your topic is timely. Your analysis of the eReporter funded proposals can get at this issue of what are the field barriers, are you addressing the field barriers, and are you bringing unique skills to the field? And I'll talk more about this, but this is the initial, am I ready for an R01? This is another example of asking the hard questions. So my interest is viral vectors and targeting them to specific cell sets. And I go to conferences and people say, my work is bullshit. You don't need to do this. The natural tropism of the viruses is adequate. But I have to make the case to the NIH. So I do a Google search, vector and targeting, and I stumble on this report, the Orkin-Matulsky report, where the NIH commissioned a report, and the report said in its first sentence, in order to confront the outstanding obstacles to successful gene therapy, greater focus must be placed on targeting. I'm doing the right thing. An NIH report told me, and I got that just by searching NIH keywords, targeting. I found this. You better believe this is in my grants too. Do you follow? I'm seeing blank faces. The first question is my topic timely? And then you're asking the hard question, am I addressing a critical field barrier with unique skills? What I'm telling you is a little more digging may enable you to find that out, and then you're positioned. So the other reason to go forward, you can go forward based on the Mandela, and sometimes you are going forward because you're compelled to go forward. And that is because an opportunity comes up that you can't pass up. And that's when the NIH issues specific solicitations and you ask the question, are you consonant with that solicitation? Okay? So remember, you're reading all these grant opportunities. You're reading the solicitations, and one of them is the NIH Friday newsletter, which I'm going to tell you about. And when they tell you what they're looking for, another way you ask about your work is it especially resonant with topics they seek? So here's an example. The NIH, every Friday at noon, I sit there, I wait for it, bang, 12:01, they issue their report and they say, here's what we're looking for. And one Friday they said, we're looking for innovative technologies to deliver genome editing machinery to disease-relevant cells. So no matter where I was with that, I had to say, well, gee, the NIH has identified a barrier, the NIH is seeking my technology, and my timing may be relevant. I had just published a paper, targeted knock-in of human alpha-1 cDNA using adenovirus delivery of CRISPR-Cas. Oh my God, my work was absolutely resonant with what they were looking for. I had to write an R01. Do you follow? There's the Mandela of getting ready for the R01. There's the recognition of special opportunities that will come up where you will need to position yourself. It's all about, am I doing something timely? Have I established critical feasibilities? Am I uniquely qualified? The second most important lesson, go ahead.
I was just wondering, how do you find out where the latest RFPs are?
Sign up. The NIH, just sign up, and every Friday at exactly noon, you will get the NIH newsletter sent to you. I just created a web page for my grant writing course, and I have helpful hints in there, and I list how to sign up for this NIH course. There will be other helpful hints too. So what's the first lesson of the course? Informatics. You can find out everything you need to know with public information domains. You can learn, is your work resonant? Are you addressing barriers? Who are your competitors? What are the barriers? You can know all of that. So the second important lesson is you need a powerful, supportive grant infrastructure. You need a grant unit that knows how to do NIH grants, because NIH grants can be rapidly reconfigured to other grants if you have a unit, DODs, DOEs, you name it. And shepherding the administrative support is what you need for a multiplicative effect. So I can't tell you this. When my brother started at Tulane, he had a beat up typewriter. That's his grants unit. When I started at UAB, I created a unit of 3 administrators, and I trained them in how to write grants, and I was putting out 40 grants a year, just me. So I don't know what your units are, but I can tell you what they should be. Your unit should be capable of doing all the administrative stuff and let you do the science. So for example, we'll talk about all this stuff, which I don't care about, budget, percent effort, CV. Your unit needs to be able to take your raw yellow legal page verbiage, put it in NIH format, do all the administrative stuff, put it out the door, flip it around to 5 other kinds of grants when you tell them. And I can't overstate this. I don't know in Kansas City if there are people like this, but when I went to Birmingham, there were not. And I had to train from scratch administrators, but it was good for them because they were grant administrators, and it was good for me because I had the ability to get this done. Again, this is your administrative problem, but you need to look at what your grant support is, because you can't do it in a multiplicative way unless you have an excellent grant unit. So every week you'll see this thing, the NIH grant support, opportunities and notices. So they tell you news, who's cheated, who's in, who's out. My institution summarizes every Friday internal selection. So they will vet internal people, and then you can apply for these grants. But again, what was the lesson? The culture of these is specific. I don't know if KU does this. Here's my culture. Some failed PhD determines what's on there. So it's worth revisiting whether you're getting everything you need. Number two is, with all of my accomplishments, it took me 8 years to be picked even once for an internal selection. So there's some politics. But the point is, it's worth looking at your grants office and saying, what are you giving me? How did you get those sources? And would you consider also vetting these opportunities and sharing that? This will spare you so much work. And then you're empowered. There are at least 3 excellent grant search engines. And you can just put in your topic, gene therapy, and you'll get 20 hits. You're off and running if your grant unit isn't good. Questions so far? Sure.
So can you talk about support, because it's wonderful to have 3 people to direct the grants. I know one of our institutional leaders here who does have somebody like that personally that does grant writing and gets a lot of grant out, but is this funded by indirect costs in most institutions?
Yeah, it's really a matter of what is your department, and does your department have a research arm? And does that arm provide essential services? And all I can say is that you as an investigator are the greasy wheel that gets that stuff done. Do you follow? I'm really lucky. My chairman is my chairman wants to build a research apparatus. So he hired a number of these people. He even has an internal tech person, so we can get our MTAs done faster than the university can do them. But I'd simply say that it's going to make your ability to write grants so much better if you have strong support, and it will help your department so much if you're instrumental in helping to create that support. I'm not a secretary, but I trained secretaries. I sat down with them and said, here's how you do grants. And then they became grant secretaries, and they had positions that enabled them to transition through the university. But your starting point, you have to have some kind of support to do this.
We do have here the Office of Grants and Research in the School of Nursing and School of Health Professions, and they do take care of the nuts and bolts part. I mean, when you talk about it, so as an investigator, you just write the science part.
Right.
But when you say template, I'm inferring from that you're talking also about just parts of the grant that are kind of pro forma that everybody puts into the grant, make sure that they do that part.
Right. Or your grants people are sufficiently competent that they can turn it around. You can say to them, here's this R21, and now here's this DoD opportunity. Can you put it into format for me? Yeah, so that's a next level of skills.
I do think we have that in 2 of our schools. I'm not sure about schools.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is so critical, and I don't know what is the culture here, but I'll tell you a personal story, I was one of the NIH fat cats. Science magazine exposed me as having too much grant money. I was one of 10 people. So I've been really successful. And when I moved to WashU, I had a slump, a deep slump. I was writing about the same viruses. I wasn't getting funded. I thought I was going crazy. I talked to colleagues, and it was like Job. You know the story of Job? God must be angry with you, and you're being punished. It was a very difficult time. And so I asked hard questions about what was I doing. And one of the things I recognized was, at that time, the pay line was so low. I said, well, I need to do everything right. And I hired a graphic artist. And the graphic artist was very skillful at putting the figures into a lay accessible manner. And so last year I got 18 grants. This year I got 18 grants. She doesn't get all the credit, but she gets some of the credit because in this competitive environment, you got to do everything correctly and to best advantage. I'm going to talk about that. The message is your grants unit are the predicate of success. I'm sure you have great, science, but how you formulate that science is the difference between getting the grants and not getting the grants. Does that answer the question? So we were just talking about this. A great administrative unit is critical to you. Develop a competent grants unit and work with them. I talk with my grants unit. I have scheduled calls twice a week where we reviewed every facet of a grant. Educate them as to your topics. They actually, in addition to the automated letters I get, in addition to the institutional searching I get, they search topics for me. Cross-talk with them because they're really good and should be good at navigating interinstitutional relationships and other things that would weigh you down. This is a great investment in university dollars. So here's an amazing thing that goes to the heart of what I talked about. The NIH isn't impersonal people. It's real people. And how do you think they get their ideas? These RFAs, these requests for funding on new topics, where do you think those come from? God? Where do you think they come from? It comes from them interacting with scientists and scientists saying, hey, I'm sort of doing this, or this is sort of hot. And then they'll get together around their coffee machines and they'll say, this is sort of hot. And then they'll say, let's offer a funding opportunity. And my people from other companies, other countries say, oh, well, that will take years. It takes weeks. A thing happening, look at the Zika outbreak. From the outbreak to money flowing into my laboratory, 6 weeks. So here's a story. The NIH Science Day had a symposium of out-of-the-box thinkers, and I was one of the out-of-the-box thinkers. And so I had lunch with the NCI SPORE director, Toby Hecht. And she said, what are you doing? And I said, well, these mouse models, they're crap. And now that immunobiology is so critical, we need models that teach that. And we're doing something crazy. We're doing dogs. We're looking at dog cancer models. It's hard, it's expensive, but you get good data, and we're excited about it. And within 4 weeks, there was an RFA, canine models for immunobiology. It came out of my lunch with Toby Hecht, and they gave away $2.5 million. So you won't believe me now, but over the course of this course, I'm going to tell you examples of how you can impact the NIH people. But this story bespeaks the intimacy of relations, you can call them, the fact that your idea may be perfectly resonant with other things they've heard, and the money moves fast. Our government works amazingly if you have a good idea. Questions about this?
Yeah, that's a question. So you said you can call it. Who is them?
The scientific staff at the NIH, I'm going to talk about who they are. I have a whole little module on who are these people and how to talk to them based on who they are. But it's them. It's the people on Olympus looking down at us. So I don't like to just write grants. Like, I have hobbies, you know? I go to the botanical garden, I walk in the park, I have my cats, I have a real life, but I need some way to keep on top of the grants. And for you, in your topical area, with your funding agencies, with your foundations, you should construct a grant cycle. This is a medieval cycle of life painting. But you should know January through December what's relevant to you. And so my office has this, we're always asking. March is coming up. Are we going to do R01s? April's coming up. Are we working with any companies? Because there's STTRs. Your role as facultyship is to establish for you this cycle of life that's relevant to your laboratory. Every one of my modules are going to be theoretical, but they're going to end with real take-home lessons. That's the value of this course. Understanding the culture of the NIH and the physiology of the review is critical to your success. So everything I told you comes down to this committee meeting where a bunch of people are reviewing your grants in Bethesda, and how do you understand that and make it work for you? What's the physiology of these NIH staffers, right? Do they live in Bethesda? Hell no, it's expensive. Do they get to go to embassy parties? Not a chance. So they live out in Germantown or worse. They commute on 270. They're underpaid, they're angry, they're tired. They're often failed scientists, and they don't know your subject. These are the POs and the SRAs that you deal with at the NIH, but this is your audience. Who are the reviewers? Well, the reviewers have to travel to suburban DC 4 times a year. Do they get to stay in Bethesda? Hell no, they're putting them out in Virginia these days. They're in bad hotels, they're tired and hungry, they're poorly fed, and with the current funding crisis, do you think I want to review? Why should I review? I need to be raising money. So quality reviewers aren't even willing to go do this anymore. So you're getting people of less quality. So these people, these angry federal bureaucrats who are living in Germantown, and these people from the provinces that are staying in bad hotels in suburban Washington, they want to kill off your grant. Because the sooner they do it, they're on to the next one. And when they're done with their pile, they can go to bed. This is the sad reality of this process whose meritocracy I extolled to you. So because of this, your proposal must be compelling to the fishmonger, to the fishmonger's wife. What I mean by this is there are 30 reviewers in that room. How many of them do you think know your topic? Maybe one, and that's probably your enemy. When I review for experimental cancer therapeutics with a new gene therapy, in that room are chemotherapy people, radiation therapy people, antibody people. So I have to appeal to them, not the gene therapy people who probably don't like me. So your proposal must be hyper-friendly to the non-experts. And that's what this course is going to get you. So in addition to reviewing, submitting grants, and going through this process, so we're going to talk about it. I'm giving you the big picture in this module. Another thing you can do is work off the grid. Solicit meetings. So early in my career, several times I said to an NIH group, hey, I've got this new approach. Can I come up and give you the talk? And what do you think they say? Yes, 100% of the time. So you can precipitate visits to NIH. You can give seminars. You can write white papers. You can say, here's a new cool thing. And they'll say, write me a white paper. And you should turn it around in 24 hours. Who are these guys? Who's this guy? James Dean, a rebel. So the NIH has these ways you can work, but when you work off, it's also designed for off the grid. In other words, soliciting meetings, soliciting seminars, writing white papers. That's a way to put on their radar topics they may not have thought about. I know this makes people uncomfortable, and I have a laboratory full of Soviet-trained Russians, and they chafe when I talk to them about this, but, you know, it works. So I've given you a lot of theoretical background. I've given you a lot of examples, and I've given you 2 critical pieces of practical advice. Informatics, informing your self-assessment, and a grants unit that can help you execute it. But it comes down to this: original hypothesis, you as an independent investigator, a supportive collaborative network at your institution, feasibilizing data, institutional support. When you have that, then you're ready to say, I'm going to write this R01. Questions?
Before we move on, does anyone need the handout that Dr. Curio is going to be referring to? I sent it in an email, but if you don't have it, okay, just keep your hands raised.
Sure, sure.
How important it is to have pilot data?
The pilot data should go to the point of, can I do it? Do you follow? So like if you say, I'm going to make a virus to deliver a gene to test the hypothesis that gene has a biological effect, in that grant, there needs to be some evidence that you can make that a virus. So feasibilizing data says I can do the thing. It doesn't mean I've already got a hint of the hypothesis. Your grant should establish that you have the tools, the materials, and the skills to test your hypothesis. So the short answer is you don't need data per se, but having data that says I have the skill set will help you a lot. I'm going to talk about that. I use the Dutch boy model. I trained in the Netherlands. What was the Dutch boy? The myth of the Dutch boy? The dike was springing holes and he put his fingers in the holes. So you need to plug those holes with data, with letters of support, with colleagues. Everything a reviewer could say that's a hole in your wall, you have to have a way to plug it. And all of those things are equally useful. We'll talk more about that. But does that make sense to you?
Just to clarify a little bit, because I think the challenge is then that you're actually thinking what your R01 is before you actually submit your pilot. You're identifying what you think those potential holes are, and your pilot is specifically focused on plugging up those holes to give you your airtight preliminary aim. But I think lots of times when we write pilots, we actually put the same specific aims that we had in the original grant. Can you talk a little bit about the grantsmanship for a pilot and how that relates to your subsequent R01 at tackling the big specific aims in your pilot or being very targeted at your holes?
I see. I'm going to talk about that, but in essence, when you write a pilot, what you're saying is I have an original hypothesis that I can test in a simple manner. And if I get the answer, it opens a new field. That's what a pilot is. And so people won't scrutinize the data. When you write an R01, each specific aim is in essence a hypothesis. And with each of those aims, you need to show you have the tools to do it. So if specific aim 1 is I'm going to build a virus to do blah, here I can build virus. And if specific aim 2 is I'm going to then show that the virus can mitigate immunobiology, you have to show something about the immunobiology. Every specific aim has to have something that says I'm capable of doing this. And that's what the data is that you use. We'll talk about this in subsequent models, subsequent modules just now. But what you said is exactly right. While you're writing the grant, you're thinking about what the critiques are. And even from a practical standpoint, we call those choke points. Like these support letters will hold you up. So the second you know that you need that, you write those support letters, and those are cooking while you're doing this other thing. It all comes together beautifully, you'll see. But were there questions about the theoretical basis of?
I have a question.
Okay.
You haven't really talked much about K wards. You have mentioned T32. What's the role of K wards? Are they helpful? You know, what are the pitfalls, et cetera?
So that is not my area of expertise. And when I advertise this course, I say this course is about activation energy to R. So I'm not credible, but the way I view it, because I deal with faculty in that boat, is it's part of this. It's your 10 years buying time. So if you tread water with a K, that's just as good as treading water with pilot grants. So if you can get a K, it takes the pressure off for you to acquire useful data that you could spin into an R. But writing a K is different than writing an R.
Right, and some people will say, forget about the K, just go for the R1, but you're not necessarily in that camp, you just want to focus on the R1.
Yeah, well, I'm in the camp of anything that
Yeah.
takes the pressure off in those 10 years is good. And that's the truth of it.
I have a question about the search engine. You mentioned about NI Reporter and Community of Science, but it sounded like there's others that you kind of alluded to on the slide. Is there a third one that we should be looking at?
American Association of Science has a search engine. Yeah, I'm just giving you the top 3. There are many of them. Yeah, it's incredible the information that's in those sites, and you will never be short of grant opportunities if you use those sites.
You mentioned earlier you sound like 40 grants proposal each year. I think it's incredible. How many did you do that?
Well, I have junior faculty that work with me, so in my unit we do that. But I'd say it comes back to a good administrative unit, because with a good administrative unit, I'm writing and pushing the text on to the budget people while I'm starting a new specific aims, and I push that forward to the unit, who then negotiate with the other partners about contracts. So the unit frees me from arguing with KU about the budget, and it frees me from arguing about what percentage this person gets or what are the resources of an environment. I'm the grant writer, and my unit has been trained to do all the other pieces. Gee, if you're working with this breast cancer guy, we need his resources and environment. And if you want to invoke that guy, we need a letter of support, so let's do that. What they're doing is all the stuff that's outside the realm of specific aims and the rest.
That part is fine. But how about topic come up? Completely different the proposals, only ideas, formulate ideas.
Some of it's a product of what I do. I do gene delivery, and for almost any field, there's a gene therapy, and for almost any gene therapy, there are problems with the vectors, and so what I do has lots of relevance. So I can interact with lots of people, but I never could interact with all those people if I didn't have a unit that enabled me to make the linkages. Does that make sense? If you write 4 good awards this year, that's fantastic. And if you had a good unit, that's going to go much better. If you do a science that predicates lots of alliances, then your unit's going to make that better. I think writing the 40 grants is a product of how I work, but a good unit would help someone like you and would help someone like me.
Yeah.
There was,
Out of 40 grants, how many overlap?
again, I'm kind of lucky because, like, for example, we use non-human primate adenoviruses. So the biology of using a chimp is different than a gorilla, is different than a porcine. So I can write grants that are really independent, and there isn't overlap, even though there's some technical alliance. Does that make sense? But I'll say this about overlap. Everybody's so afraid of it. And one of my aphorisms is you could do whatever the hell you want, just tell the NIH where you're going. And just say, there may be overlap here. You guys will figure it out. Never lie, but just tell them, we'll figure this out if they both get funded. Does that make sense?
What happened with one more question, speaking of overlapping of grants, when you conceive of writing our grant, how would you compare a independent grant idea? And if it's possible to associate your idea with the current parent R1, how would you choose, or which one do you think will be more successful?
I mean, an RFA versus a parent R01?
Well, I mean, when you prepare your R grant, is it a good idea to try to make it independent R grant or try to associate it to an existing R1 grant? Which one is more?
I'd say independent. I would do an independent one, and I would make other versions of it that went other places, because it's so hard to be funded and you just want to do the work. That will become clear. I'm going to go on to the next module, which is more nuts and bolts, but just be assured I'm going to circle back for some of this theoretical stuff. I just want, in the first instance, for you to take away that there'll be more examples of how to interact with these NIH people. The point is, it's fine and proper to do it. And two is, there's many other sources of information that I'm giving you, but here's the ones that I use, and they give me almost everything I need. And the third is that, I forgot my third point, but we'll cover some of the questions that I see coming. Questions about this point? So this is called, so you've looked at the Mandela, and you've said, David Curiel's Mandela, it's relevant to me, I'm ready to write a grant. And so it's not as simple as getting the big Starbucks and locking yourself in the office, although that's fun. You have to think about these so-called pre-submission issues, and I'm going to talk about them. So you've come up with an original hypothesis, you're independent, you're in a supportive network, you've got institutional support, you've gotten feasibilizing data, you're good to go. Something is wrong. So one of the questions that always comes up is where to submit it. Other than writing the grant, the most empowering thing you can do is getting that grant to the right place and seen by the right people. Let me say that again. Other than writing a good grant, the most empowering use of the system is routing your grant in the best way and getting the best and the most appropriate reviewers. I'll put it into context for you. I was flying here and they just released the roster for the CRISPR-Cas consortium that the NIH director put together, and I was looking at the names of that roster because I knew I could change them, and that was the last chance I had to improve the chances on a very good grant. So I'm going to tell you about how this works. So if you go on to the NIH, there's a site called Community of Science, Central for Scientific Review, CSR. And what they list is all of these review bodies. And like the NIH, which is a cacophony of buildings, a cacophony of institutes, these review bodies are a grab bag of topics. And what you try to do is to see, is your thing in there? Acute neural injury and epilepsy studies, do you fit in there? And so on this list, which makes no logical sense, you see if you fit into one of these topics. And if there's a perfect match, you're in business. But do you think there's a perfect match often? So when you click onto one of those sites, what they tell you is, here's what our aegis is. This is what this study section does. Here's the topics that we usually cover. And you know what? We recognize there's overlap between our study section and other study sections. And here's the study sections that have shared interests with us. And so what you should do is open every one of those, of the shared interest ones, and you just see within the context of who has an aligned interest where you fit. Okay? So your topic may be perfectly aligned with a standing study section. Most likely not. Reading the study sections will put you on track to find the study sections with shared interests, and you can find out who's aligned with you best. In addition, there's something called membership roster. And what you can do is you can click on there, and that can teach you two things. One is there are people you know who work in your area, and that usually means that's the right study section for you. That's a kind of confidence builder. Or the other thing you can do is you can say that all of these study sections with a shared interest, not one of them has somebody that does adenovirus. And you can tell the PO you need that expertise. But goal one is you try to find out where you're routing your grant. Is there perfect alignment? Questions about this? I can't overstate this. When you say I'm going to submit it to this study section, there's a government functionary at that study section who administratively oversees it. Does he live in Bethesda? This is the call and response part of the course. You say, no, Dr. Curiel, he's probably up in goddamn Germantown. So this SRA, you talk to him and you say, I'm going to submit a grant on this topic to you. And he'll say, perfect. Or, gee, have you also tried these other study sections? So you dialogue with him and make sure he wants that grant. And if in your dialogue you say, you know, your study section covers muscular dystrophy and you've got gene therapists in there, but you know what? None of them are adenovirus people. Could you get some of those to be reviewers if I sent you my grant? He'll say, sure. So the SRA tells you you're in the right place, here's another place, or I'll work with you to get you the expertise you need. I want you to draw a lesson from this. This isn't putting a grant into the mailbox and then you're done with it. Once you submit that grant, your work starts. And this is the beginning of it. Where does it go? Does it go to the right place? Do they want it? Are they looking for it? Are they going to help you with the review that you need for it? So one of the things that you can look at, in addition to being topically relevant for you, the rosters tell you who's going to be the reviewers. And they'll tell you the last one, and then 30 days before review, they'll update it. And what you want to see is, are there people that know about your topic? Are there people that are relevant? And also, are there people you know would give you an unmitigatedly and unfairly hostile review? And so you have a chance to impact that process. So you go through this, and you have the chance to talk to the reviewer about perceived conflicts. Have people done this before, or is this all new? What are perceived conflicts? He hates my ass. He's a vicious competitor. Well, it has to be more than that, because what POs will tell you is that more often than not, the person that you say, he hates my ass, gave you the best review. So for me, it goes back to commercial conflict. If people have commercial conflict, they can't be objective. And the PO may not even know commercial conflict. So what I do is, if I see somebody that's in my topic, I'll do Google and company, their name and company. And if they're on a scientific advisory board, in other words, I'm not saying vet everybody. I'm saying if there's people you know you want off, then the legitimate way to get them off is with a commercial conflict. And if you say to the SRA, this person is on a board, they make a product that competes with my science, they're not going to review. So there's ways to get people off. I can't overstate this. My course is all about defining your points of empowerment. And people think you write this beautiful grant and you put it in the mailbox and you're done. That's when your work starts. That's where your grantsmanship comes into play. Point of empowerment 1, getting it to the right study section, engagement of appropriate expertise. You work on getting this and it will affect your outcomes. Questions?
Could you comment a little bit on the timing of identifying your study section and negotiating that roster or discussing that roster with the SRA prior to grant submission?
Both. It's a great question.
Happen both times?
When you're vetting the initial candidate study sections, you can see who's the standing members and who were the members at the last review. So you comment and analyze those. Then 30 minutes to the day, 30 days to the day before review, they update that for you. And you have to double check that because they'll slip in people that will just surprise you, like your older brother. So you check what's on there, and then 30 days before you check again. But what I'm highlighting is it's a lot of damn work, but you know what? It really pays off.
But are you going to get that, what's your capacity to get that grant reassigned to a different study section after it's already been assigned?
We'll talk about that.
Similar question, there are 3 options that you give when you are suggesting such selection. And you may not get the first one. How do you get them to be the third one?
100% of the time, they'll work with you. And the way that happens is you go to the study section you want, and you say, I want you, and here's why. And he'll say, great, I want you. Just get that other study section guy to send it to me, and we're in business. So 100% of the time, when you send in your grant, you request a study section, and sometimes it goes to the wrong one. 100% of the time, you can correct that. You should say it should have gone here. You get the SRA at the desired section to say, I want it, and the one at the non-desired section will relinquish it. Okay? This is a key point of empowerment. DTC keys to success. Understanding CSR review. Knowledge is power. Besides writing the grant, routing and reviewer vetting is the greatest control you have in the process. An immense waste of time and resources will accrue from poor attention to this aspect. I know this sounds like a hassle, like you're trying to get preliminary data. Do you really want to worry about whether your competitors are on scientific advisory boards? Hell yeah. And if you use the informatics, it'll take no time. It takes me an hour to kick the hell out of the study section, and sometimes an hour after that to make the changes I want. But I really view this as the art. It's not manipulating, it's just recognizing the human equation. Knowledge is power. Never forget, of the 20 study section reviews in your field, only 1 or 2 know your subject. And those are likely your enemies. Your grant will rise or fall based on how you pitch to the other 18. Although it still is worth getting rid of the enemies. So when do you send, you've done the Mandela, you've figured out that knowledge is power, you've figured out where to send it, when do you send it? Well, the NIH has regular NIH deadlines. R01s have certain deadlines, R21s have certain deadlines. How do you know these deadlines? Your grants unit. Your grants unit sends you a reminder and says, Dr. Curiel, this month, here's what's on the docket. Your grant cycle diagram that's at your desk that tells you what deadlines are coming. So in general, there are standing deadlines. The other thing is that can happen is once you're going to submit, you can submit a letter of intent, and then you call the SRA staff for pre-planning. We're thinking of submitting a grant on this. We think you're the right study section. Please validate this for us. Don't ever, and if you put in your routing letter, I talked with the SRA and he's excited, it will go there. This is so key for junior faculty. This is so key. Don't ever, ever, ever initiate a grant if you're waiting for preliminary data. When I hear waiting for preliminary data, I want to reach for my gun, because you'll never do that data well under pressure. You'll never see that data clearly under pressure. It will never come on time. It will confound your writing. Come up to bat, or you're not ready to come up to bat. Do people get that? How many people have heard the phrase, I'm waiting for key data? All of y'all. So I can't overstate it. It's just a terrible trap to be struggling to do experiments while struggling to write. Figure out how to avoid this. Questions?
How do you avoid that?
You have a formula for which your feasibilizing data supports what you want, and that's enough to get started. I'm going to talk about the chance to get critical data in and how you can do it with dramatic flourish. But just in terms of starting that grant, you don't want to be sitting around waiting for data. Hang in there and you're going to see what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is I don't want you in that module with your Starbucks saying, gee whiz, if I just had this data, this grant would hang together. It's got to be enough. You don't start writing until you're ready to start writing. You'll see about how we can use magical data magically shortly, okay? So DTC keys to success. Empower your administrative unit. Your startup appointment must embody direct access to an educated and proactive grant unit. Crosstalk with these administrators will save you time. Crosstalk will enable you to amplify your grants. You can create this grants unit. I did it. And you got to know what you want. You got to get your administration to give it to you. You got to convince them that they'll get bang for their buck. This is a good investment of institutional dollars. So one of the things when you write a grant, I was an English major, and so I write readily and well, and not everybody does. And because of that, what you want to recognize is choke points that will make you feel more pressure than you need to feel. Here are the choke points: acquiring key data, waiting for protocol approvals, letters of support. And the goal is that, to go back to what you said, when I start writing those specific aims, the first part of the grant, I'm thinking about methods and approach, and I'm thinking about the Dutch boy, and I'm thinking about getting it out the door, and I'm thinking about choke points. When I start the grant, I'm addressing choke points. What's the worst thing in the world? To finish a grant and not be able to submit it because you've screwed up one of these. So, acquisition of key data. If you're working on this, you're not ready to write. Doing experiments to rationalize an R01 and writing at the same time is operationally self-destructive. Be certain that you have hand all feasibilizing data for the approach section, and then you're good to go. And we'll talk about this. Choke points, letters of support. Do you think that your cancer center director, I know him, he's an incredibly great guy, he's incredibly well thought of. But do you think he's going to write a thoughtful letter of support for you? He isn't. Who's going to write that letter of support? You guys. And so you want to create the idea that you're embedded in this institution. So there's two kinds of letters you write. Embedded in the institution letters and Dutch boy letters. So the embedded institution letters are macro to micro. The cancer center director says, this guy is working in cancer and we value him. Danny Welsh says, this guy's in my division and we value him. Your division director says, he's in my division, he has space. Macro to micro, the letters say he's in our institution and we like him and we back him. Especially relevant for the first R01. The Dutch boy letters are every place the reviewer looks at that grant and says, who is this son of a bitch? You have to plug that hole. If you say, we're going to use antibodies to do so-and-so, you have to have a letter that said, here's how I got the antibodies. If you say, we have a collaboration with this guy in Spain, you need the letter. Every place the reviewer can say, we don't have evidence of, you have a letter. And I write grants sometimes with 20 letters of support. And you know why? Because I write them. And that leads to the next concept, Zamzadat. Does anybody know what Zamzadat is? In the Soviet Union, you couldn't get published, and so people would write their own novels and they would circulate them by hand. So it means self-published. So what does this mean with respect to you and this course? You write your own damn letters. And so that's a separate thing. I'll get the big Starbucks, I'll lock the office door, I'll grind out 30 letters, and I'll do that long before the deadline because investigators delay turning those letters around. So how do you do it? How do you write these letters? They follow a format that the NIH wants to see. Paragraph 1, I'm excited and honored to work with you in this exciting endeavor. Your proposal addresses a critical field barrier and is highly novel. Something like this, a paragraph that says you're right on time. Paragraph 2, my expertise, my research can be exploited for use specifically, blah. Paragraph 2 says this is what I've agreed to do with you. Paragraph 3, something about this is a real relationship and not a shotgun marriage. This initiative extends our productive cooperation in new and exciting ways. Letters of support, macro to micro in the institution says you're embedded. Dutch boy, you address every single reagent or assay that people could critique your lack. If you publish the assay, you don't need a letter of support about it. But if you've never done that assay and someone's teaching it to you, you need the letter. The NIH looks for, in this letter, certain facets. This is important. Here's what I'm going to do for you specifically, and we have a real relationship. This isn't, it doesn't have to be a real relationship, but if there is one, it helps. Questions about this? What's the value of the administrative unit? They're going to route these letters. They're going to instruct these people to put them on their own institutional stationery. They're going to track them. And every day they're going to say, I've got 14 of the 15 letters. Could you call so-and-so? He's holding us up. So that last 2 weeks before the grant, I'm not waiting about the letters or searching for them. Questions?
So we do need the macro to micro letter. That is still good. We're saying that we need 2 kinds of that.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Like, for example, I'm a senior investigator And if I write a grant on muscular dystrophy, what will the reviewers say? What's the catchphrase? Who is call and response? Who is this son of a bitch? Who is this son of a bitch? He's never published on musculoskeletal disease before. What is this crap? What's he trying to pull? That's what the reviewers say. So even though I'm senior, I'm going to get a letter from the WashU Musculoskeletal Center. And they'll say, we know this guy. We like this guy. We support what he's doing. So you may need a letter that says you have an appointment and you have space and they value you and you have 2 years of seed funding. I don't need that letter. But I do need a letter that says I'm working in an institutional context and they like it. And then I still need the letters of Dutch boy letters every time I progress into a new area. You follow? Questions? Okay. DTC keys to success. The letters of support represent the major opportunity you have to deflect anticipated criticism. You can write the most clever methods section, and some reviewer is going to say, where did he get this antibody? His literature has never shown that he can do this assay. So you have to think of that reviewer kicking your methods, and you have the power to anticipate what he'll criticize and deflect it. Letters of support should anticipate all reviewer critiques. Who is this son of a bitch? Letters of support enable reviewers to understand your efforts within a consortium of support. Don't blow this opportunity. Write lots of goddamn letters, because when you get that reviewer that says he's never shown he can put an antibody on a virus, he doesn't have that antibody, but you have the antibody and you didn't validate it with a letter, you're gonna feel bad. Letters are worth the time. Questions? Do you see my logic? There are many places where the process is one where you're not empowered. I'm highlighting when you are empowered. And when you are empowered, you hit it out of the park. So what does the grants unit do for you? Everything except write the grant. So when you come to the NIH BioSketch, they should have on file the BioSketch with you as a musculoskeletal guy, the BioSketch with you as the hematology guy, the BioSketch with you as the vaccine guy, and they'll just say, Dr. Curiel, is this a vaccine grant? And I'll say, I think. And they'll pull the right one. What this thing looks like, what goes into it, your grants unit should instruct you in. Does he follow? What I'm saying is I don't waste my time writing these things. I do it once, and then they modify them, and they have versions of them for different diseases, and they route it into the grant. What should the administrative unit do? Everything. So they have on file other support. They keep it continuously updated, and they put the document in front of me for the grant in question so I can modify overlap issues. Resources of environments. What should the administrative unit do for you? Everything. So they have on file resources and environment. They ask me if it needs to be modified for the current grant. So any questions so far? What I've highlighted is your point of empowerment one, where the grant goes and who reviews it. Your point of empowerment two, how do you anticipate review and mitigate trivial criticism? Point of empowerment three, pawning off on the administrative unit everything that they should be doing for you so you can be writing, and just really driving home the point what administrative units do. So often there's this budget piece, and I don't get bogged down on this. I have a formula. My formula is X% for personnel, X% for supplies. Here's my general categories. That's enough. And the administrative people will construct budgets that are credible. So why do I do this? Because it will change once I'm funded. When I'm funded, I'll put in there who really matters. The only thing that the budget must embody is the key players that credibilize your grant, the consortium that's relevant to how you're seen at review. Postdocs, trainees, techs, my administrative unit does all that. DTC keys to success. Administrative sections should be executed as a brainstem reflex arc. Decisions regarding routing and reviews have critical on the effect on the outcome. Endeavor with mindfulness. My wife's a psychologist, so I use words like that now, mindfulness. Utilize letters of support as the easiest way to deflect anticipated criticisms. Strong administrative unit reduces your workload. Their template, BioSketch, resources and environment, other support, you can modify in minutes if they have the most current version in front of you. Questions about this? So, activation energy for R01 endeavor. Original hypothesis, independent investigator, supportive collaborative network, institutional support, feasibilizing data. Questions on Module 2? I consider Module 2 the driest module, but it actually has the most empowering information with how you work with your institution and your unit and how you deflect anticipated criticism. So I think we have time for questions. What's time do we start the next unit?
You have about 2 or 3 minutes or so.
Okay.
This is really something you said very early in the module when we were talking about who you're trying to reach in the review panel. The comment that the 18 people who are not the experts are the ones who you're writing for. And my experience on panels is that those people haven't read the grant. They're just responding to the conversations going on in the room, and then they pick a score based on what they just heard.
They're probably going to read 1 page of the grant, and that's what I'm going to talk about next. Yeah.
So really it's a specific age.
Yep. No, I agree with you, but if you write that specific aims page so that it's so compelling, that you're going to win over those people.
I think people do read the specific age.
Right. Other questions?
About the collaborative network, I'm told it's not enough to collaborate just within your university. It is important to have collaborations outside. How true how valid is that?
Oh, I don't think it's true at all. I think that what people want is that you have collaborators that embody the expertise you need, period. And in the last 5 years, the NIH has forced teams on us. So they've created this mechanism of multi-PI and co-PI. And now I have a number of grants, an increasing number of grants that are U grants, where we have weekly meetings with the NIH. So the NIH's focus is on people working together in teams and interacting more with them. And in that context, if your consortium embodies all the expertise, that's the deal. Okay. So the most important module is this module, the specific aims page. Were people tipped off to this? Did people hear that I thought this was the most important thing? Nobody, so this is a surprise that this is the most important page. When I went to college, University of Georgia was a party school. Now it's a really great school. And the state had a test. Before you graduate, you had to write an essay. And they didn't say it, but they were really wanting to make sure that the graduates of the great University of Georgia could read and write. That's what they were doing, and we knew they were doing it. And so we did a statewide essay test, and I got the highest score of my year, and I'm able to write, and that helps me in the specific aims. And all I can tell you is this is where you have to really hone your writing skills and get help, because the specific aims is so critical to the grant. I'm going to talk about that. But this isn't the place to be have compunction about your writing skills. Get help, because you'll see why. So if you look at the NIH, the next part of the grant is called research strategy. And that says, what are you going to do? Why is it worth doing? Has it been done before? Use references. How will the research be accomplished? This is NIH speak. But what this breaks down to is this. The research plan and strategy components are 1-page specific aims, exactly 1 page. Significance, 1 to 2 pages. Innovation, ½ page to 1 page. And approach, 9 to 10 pages. And you know what? Do you think that people like reading methods? They don't. So what this means is you make your case in these first 3 sections, and the specific aims is the most important of any of them. Your grant is not likely to rise or fall based on the approach, and we'll talk about it. So here's what the NIH will tell you. The specific aim says, what is this about? And that's 33%. We have this, take it apart. That's the second part, 1/3. And what are your aims in general terms? That's the 3rd part. So it's very dry NIH prose. If you look at NIH reviewers, here's what they tell you are the problems with specific aims. They're too ambitious, or there's too much work proposed. They're unfocused, limited aims, technical language. This is what the NIH says are the problems. But here's the central vortex of my grant writing course, is on this page. You're going to win or lose the grant right here. No kidding. Well-crafted specific aims draws the reviewers into your endeavor or repels them. Do you believe me? Here's my guide to successful specific aim writing. If you master this, KU will have made their money. This is a famous French author who wrote a novel, Madame Bovary, Du Maupassant, and that was considered the perfect novel. And he would walk around for hours, this obese Frenchman, searching for le mot juste, exactly the right word. So when it comes to the specific aims, you are Du Maupassant. Every word has to be perfect in the specific aim. Every word is just the right word. Here's a truth nobody believes. When I write a grant, I spend as much time on this 1 page as on the other 14 pages. Do you believe it? I'm devoting a whole module to it here, so I must think it's important. It has to be perfect or you lose the whole game. And here's why. You're pitching to these reviewers who are tired and hungry. They want to kill off your grant and move on to the next one. If they can kill them off fast, they're back in bed. They're angry, they're tired, they're hungry. They don't know your subject. They don't want to learn your subject. So if you hook them, then they want to support you. So here's how you write specific aims. This is the formula. The first paragraph is the context of the proposal. This is what this thing is about. And it goes from that subject, macro to micro, to your world, which is a beautiful world. The first paragraph has to be positive to engage people in a positive enterprise. Breast cancer is a terrible disease. We now understand the pathobiology at the molecular level. Based upon this, we can design therapies targeting these molecular abnormalities. This new molecular insight provides the basis of the exciting, emerging field of personalized medicine. It's what a beautiful world. We know stuff, we can use the stuff, we're off and running. The reviewers are engaged. But if it was a beautiful world, what are we writing a grant about? So the second paragraph is the straw man. Does anybody know what a straw man is? It's a logical argument that you construct just to turn it over. It's an artificial argument. So this says, actually, it's not this simple. But we have a solution, we're uniquely qualified, and we have a hypothesis. Even though molecular pathobiology of breast enables new molecular therapies, delivering these to the breast cells specifically confounds all such interventions. Clearly, the availability of delivery vehicles capable of specific and selective transduction of breast cancer cells will feasibilize molecular therapies. There's a big problem. In this regard, we have developed vehicles capable of cell-specific gene delivery. Most recently, we've put antibodies on viruses, and now they can target these breast cells. This new capacity now makes us uniquely qualified to deliver to breast cells. Using this method, we can now test the hypothesis that blah. So what's in that paragraph? It's not a beautiful world. There's a problem. That's why we're writing a grant. But we have a solution to this problem. We're uniquely qualified to apply that solution, and using these tools, we can pose a scientific hypothesis. So why have I broken it down like this? The NIH wants R01s to address barriers to progress. So by saying there's a problem, we have a solution, you're already spinning the tail. We're addressing a barrier. And unique qualified, that creates the opportunity, and grants are frequently criticized for not stating a scientific hypothesis, so you make damn sure you work that in, okay? You write your specific aims, they're always 3. There's no technical terms or minimal, and they're not codependent. If number 1 crashes, you can still do number 2. And then lastly, you restate your deliverables. You're using public money, which is a public trust, and you're telling society what they're going to get out of this. And you really learn this when you're on a SPORE, because you have patient advocates there, and they hold your feet to the fire about the deliverables. So when will you get to be on a SPORE? After the R01, you'll have this great experience. So this is my formula, and the deliverables are: breast cancer is a terrible disease, new therapies are emerging, our delivery technology will feasibilize these exciting therapies, and in no time we'll have a translational therapeutic for this disease. Deliverable. This exactly fills 1 page. So I'm going to go through examples, but do people want to critique or comment upon this format before I go into examples? Here's my specific guides that are embodied in the specific aims. Minimal use of technical terms. Technical terms, abbreviations, people hate it. Reviewers don't want to learn anything new. They want to understand the barrier and how you're getting around the barrier. And I don't know who's in the specific aims symposium workshop later. That's a huge problem I saw, is technical terms. What were you going to ask?
How important is it to have an image or
Never have an image on the specific aim page. Ever. It just shows weakness in your exposition. And this should be written in simple lay prose. Fishmonger's wife gets this. Reviewers don't want to learn your technical terms. You're pitching to 18 of the 20. Don't make them learn new terms. And you'll see examples of that. David Curiel, Guide to Success. How do you actually do this? When you're writing, I've given you all this pep talk about the specific aims. How do you do it? Well, you lock yourself in a room, big Starbucks, and you write it on yellow legal pad. You get it typed, and you write it as best you can, and then you use a technique that I call echolalia. If there's an RFA and they're looking for certain things, you echo those words back to them. If it's a general thing, you echo back to them what they're looking for. Significance, barriers, traversing barriers, progressing science. You're going to see that in the next two sections. Network. I swear I do this. When I write my specific aims, I send it out to 12 people the next day, and I say, tell me what you think. And it has to sing. People have to say, this is amazing. Or I just go back and tune it up again. But you have to have other people see this who are non-objective. You follow? I'm not writing letters of support. I'm not doing a budget. For me, the go, no go is my daughter-in-law is at UC Davis, and I'm collaborating with her in a new area. And so I wrote a specific aims on Angelman's. I had my 6 postdocs look at it. I sent it to her PI, and he said it sings. I said, okay, let's talk about June deadline. Until you get that specific aims perfect, you're going nowhere. Does that make sense? Get other people to critique it. People who are good critics. So, do people have the specific aims that I've sent them? This is going to be the laborious piece where I'm going to teach you that I write on many topics and I follow my rules absolutely, and I get funded. I don't know if we should read the whole thing, but this is a R01 on alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency. So in the first paragraph, I say, here's what the disease is. We know the pathobiology, and because we know the pathobiology so well, we've started to do gene therapies with it. And in paragraph 2, we say there are problems with it, and we have solutions. So I'm trying to see the best way to do this. What I've highlighted are the pieces that follow my rules. We have the solution, number 1. This novel, non-hepatic cellular source of deficient cell factor 1 represents a platform of general applicability. 2, our practical approach requires that we address 2 technical issues. 3, field developments have provided us new technologies to endeavor this. 4, on this basis, we hypothesize that. 5, this is an original approach that can do gene therapy and will fundamentally change the way gene therapy is done. So in essence, what I'm telling you is problem, straw man, our solution, hypothesis, deliverable. When you look at that visually, how many technical terms do you see? Words that you didn't know before. Maybe alpha 1, but I explain that in the first paragraph, and maybe CRISPR-Cas, but I use it once. But do you see lots of technical terms in there? Did we share around the ones that I got from other people? The ones you sent me? Yeah. Oh, so I was looking at some template ones, and what we'll talk about later is how they were loaded with technical terms. So look at the specific aims. To construct a gorilla adenovirus targeted to the pulmonary endothelium and evaluate its capacity to accomplish corrective levels of A1AT. Descriptive. I don't talk about the methods of how I'm going to do it. I don't talk about the endpoints. I don't give them details. To functionally configure CRISPR-Cas into the pulmonary targeted GAD and demonstrate in vivo editing of the pulmonary endothelium. 3, to employ this in a mouse model of disease and do correction. What I'm highlighting in this is, 1, I followed my rules. I'll write this and I'll go back and say, did I follow my rules? 2 is, when you look at it visually, there are not technical terms. Many reviewers will see a bunch of technical terms and they won't even read it in detail because it's so alienating. 3, specific aims are conceptual. They're not methodological in detail. 4, clearly stated hypothesis. 5, clearly stated deliverable. Let's do another one and I'll get questions. Paragraph 1, virotherapy is an exciting approach for cancer therapy, and it's now probably even better than we thought because it stimulates the immune system. What a beautiful...
The first few words of the first sentence, so we can make sure that's the right one.
This was an STTR, a business grants. Unleash Immuno-Oncolytics develops oncolytic adenoviral agents. Is that the one you're on? Paragraph 1, it's a beautiful world. Look at the last sentence of paragraph 1. Indeed, this recognition has predicated design evolution of virotherapy agents to more directly accrue this mechanism of anti-tumor action. Not only are virotherapy agents cool, it now turns out they stimulate immunology, and now we can design agents to capture that. What a beautiful world. Paragraph 2, starting out with a straw man. Despite the compelling clinical rationale to advance virotherapy agent design based on this concept, the prevalence of host immunity to the range of exploited virotherapy parental viruses has restricted this possibility. There's a barrier. 3, to this end, we've piloted the use of genetic capsid modification to address the goal of traversing preformed immunity. We have the solution. 4, we are the only group that has achieved these key feasibilizing milestones that now allows us to test a central hypothesis. Unique qualifiers enable us to test a scientific concept. This is a business grant to construct and validate a CRAD which embodies these modifications, to characterize selectivity, to evaluate therapy. Simple, non-technical endpoints. 5, in the aggregate, our novel design concept addresses all of the technical mandates of effective virotherapy. Follow-on studies in such a phase 2 application will provide the database for regulatory approval pursuant to full product development and commercialization. Did I follow my own rules? I'll do it every time. It's a beautiful world. Paragraph 1, this field is full of opportunity. Paragraph 2, but there's a problem. We have a way to address that problem, and addressing that problem will allow us to test a new hypothesis. And what society will get out of this is great. And implicit in that is, do you see any technical terms in there? I don't want to be critical, but when I got the KU abstracts to look at the specific aims, the first thing that struck me was the new technical terms, the abbreviations, the methods. Reviewers hate it. An English major would read this and say, I get it. I can't overstate this. You're going to show your stuff in the approach section. In the specific aim section, you don't want to alienate the reviewers with a bunch of, in other words, in this work, there's all kinds of cool virology. I talk about capsid proteins. I talk about crystal structures. I talk about mutagenizing amino acids, but that's not here. Here I'm trying to draw in the neophyte audience. The neophyte audience would say, I've heard about virotherapy, big farms throwing lots of money at it. I've heard about its link to immunobiology, and these guys are uniquely positioned to capture that, and it looks so damn easy. That's what you want them to take out of this. Sure.
The last one, number 4, you talk about your unique qualification. So, like in my case, I'm on a K23 plan. So if I'm going to write an R1 plan, should I mention on the parallel, number 4, my unique qualification?
To the degree that you can. So the key words in this specific aim page are technical feasibility. We now have the tools to do such and such, or we're uniquely positioned to do such and such. It may not always be that you're uniquely positioned, but you invoke it when you can. Does it make sense?
Should I mention that I'm on a K grant to do this, and therefore I am?
A special opportunity is now presented by dint of me being on this K and progressing this work.
Just to clarify, you use the first person plural, not singular here. So you always you're using we in all of these. So you're not emphasizing your individual expertise on this specific
right.
page. You're talking about your entire team. And that's where you were actually plugging in all the holes.
Yeah, what he says is so on the mark. I'm not uniquely qualified for everything, but the teams I build are. So to the degree to which your thinking enables you to build a team, you're able to say, we're uniquely positioned.
Won't that stuff be on the BioSketch? Like things like that?
Yes, but it won't come screaming out. Reviewers aren't going to look at the BioSketch unless they're really out to get you. They're not going to go there to validate a team.
Oh, sorry. I sort of had a question point about jargon. Because, you know, I'm a psychologist and anti-neoplastic effect, it's a little jargon to me. So it seems like you might have to get feedback from people who are kind of typically trained, who would understand more general terms, but would, you know, where real jargon would raise a red flag. Is that right? I mean,
I would say two things.
yeah.
You want your field experts to look at it and to say it has scientific integrity. Like I sent my Angelman's to an Angelman's maven, and he said it has scientific merit. But you want to send it to non-experts so they read it and say, I understand it. You sent in one of the ones. Oh, okay. In the ones I got from KU, there were some that were subjects that were totally new to me, and I read it and said, this is great. Like there was one on obesity and heart disease and measuring obesity. Who did that one? Yeah, and that was like completely outside my comfort zone, but it was written in such a pleasing way that me, a virologist, read it and said, this is a big problem, and these guys are uniquely positioned to address this problem. Does that make sense? That's the best example I can give you. I would be totally bored if I had to think about an obesity grant. But when I read that specific aim, I said, oh my God, this is, I so get what they're doing, and it's so simply stated, and these guys are like positioned to answer this question. Does that make sense? Doesn't mean I like everything about it, okay?
I think a lot of our junior investigators have some grant workshops that have come in before, and how important is it for them to put in, like, my long-term goal is to cure cancer, but my, you know, and then get to the goal of
No, I think you.
this in a lot of specific aim things.
No, the beautiful world in the first paragraph is leading them to understand your straw man. The beautiful world isn't cancer's curable. The beautiful world is oncolytic virotherapy looks really exciting except for this one problem. So you start so you get them to the beautiful world that's about your world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I like this approach, I'm just curious if you've got maybe junior people who say that, and I think that that's been encouraged. So I'm happy to have that go away.
Yeah, I think you really want to just, it's like a review article, you know, a review article can start off with gene therapy, or the review article can be targeted vectors for cancer gene therapy. You want to start the topic so it gets to your problem in the quickest, most efficient way possible. Does that make sense? So, how much time do we have?
Just to clarify too, you've spent a lot of time on building the case in your first paragraph. I think I've always been trying to get my problem statement into the first paragraph, so you've spent a lot of time there. You're not really spending a lot of time on the approach within the specific aims about what you're actually going to do. It's still very conceptual.
At all. I'm being deliberate. And the reason is that if you get too many methodological details in there, you've alienated them at the beginning. Do you follow? My belief is that if they buy into you solving the problem, by the time they get to the approach, you're going to build their confidence even more.
So if I go through here, I'm not going to find any method stuff in these.
Not at all.
Okay, that's really important.
Right.
Switch for me. Thank you.
Yeah. People don't want to read methods. And when I come to the methods section, you're going to see how I give them something they want to read that substitutes for methods. And how many grants do you think I've had go down because they say, Dr. Curiel hasn't given us methodological details? What's the answer? 0. So I think the methodological details is overstated. I'll tell you a story about it when we get there.
15.
We have 15 more minutes?
To the next segment.
Okay, so here's the next one. Nope. So again, another specific aims. Paragraph 1, cancer gene therapy has been feasibilized by improved delivery. Paragraph 2, this is confounded by hepatic sequestration. We have unique methods to mitigate this. In the aggregate, these technologies now allow for us to accomplish this. Based on these concepts, we can test this hypothesis. The gains will give us a new class of vectors. And I put this, again, mostly so you could visualize it. How many new technical words do you see in this thing? Like 2, and I've put quotation marks around them, VHH and SDB. If I give you any new technical thing, I explain it. So you're going to leave the specific aim page knowing what you need to know. So I can't overstate this thing. Paragraph 1 is context of the proposal. It's a beautiful world, and it has embodied in it this wonderful opportunity. That's your last sentence, this great new opportunity. The middle section, it ain't that simple. There's a barrier. But we have the tools to traverse that barrier, and our unique qualifications enable that. And this traversing of the barrier enables us to test a new hypothesis of field-wide significance. Therefore, our aims are, and the deliverables for the field are. What's changed about the NIH R01 process is now there's this significance and novelty. And in significance, they ask for importance to science, traversing barriers, general knowledge. We'll go over it. But at review, what really hooks people is traversing barriers. If you have a technology that's traversing barriers, then that speaks a lot to reviewers. So what I try to embody in this middle section is there's a barrier, that's our straw man. We have the tools to traverse the barrier. That's our unique qualifier. And now we can test a hypothesis of field-wide significance. That's the big science they want in the significance section. So what I'm doing here is setting up your arguments that you're going to play out in the significance section. Does that make sense? Overarching significance of the specific aims. Win or lose the grant here. No kidding. Well-crafted specific aim draws in the reviewer or repels them. Questions about this?
In terms of its specific aims, I've heard that it's a good idea to write like working hypotheses under each aim. And I was just wondering what your opinion is on that.
The flaws of the KU specific aims were the flaws of the world. You tried to pack too much into those specific aims. They were full of methods. They were full of sub-hypotheses. And the biggest criticism, what were the criticisms? Overambitious, unfocused. So what you want is specific aims that are written in simple prose, that don't have technical terms and are one-liners. There's never any subtext after. Specific aims are 1, 2, 3. And what they need to know about why you're doing it and what you're going to get are elsewhere in the specific aim document. Do you follow? Reviewers hate reading a specific aim that says, and we're going to do it this way, and we're going to do it this way, and we're going to do it this way, and then we're going to know such and such. That should be in the body of the grant. Does that answer it? Questions about specific aims?
Could you come back to that payoff paragraph at the end, and what are you trying to accomplish in that payoff paragraph? I'm not sure I fully caught that.
So some of it's playing to audience. Do you follow? So because a lot of my grants are cancer grants, and the NCI's code word is translation, and because my field can legitimately promise rapid bench to bed, I key off that. And I say, if we develop this vector, we'll solve this delivery problem. Solving this problem will now allow practical approach of disseminated disease. If we can approach disseminated disease, we can now impact the full spectrum of pancreatic cancer and its manifestations in a promising way. And this will establish the translational framework for a human clinical trial. So I've tailored it. It's not cynical. I know that for the NCI, clever vectorology isn't what they want. They want to see that you can translate it. So I'm telling them I've thought about it. Do you follow? So whatever for your institute is the deliverable, I just keep thinking of these are the hostile breast cancer ladies that we used to deal with in Birmingham. We had this incredible breast cancer organization, and they supported us, but they really wanted a payback. And so I always thought, what am I going to tell these ladies that impacts them and their disease? The deliverable is what society gets back for this investment.
Well, and I guess too, because you said we're putting off the approach till later. So the reviewer, when they finish this specific games page, they've got no idea how they're going to score your approach section. But you've already set them up for the significance, because you've actually said you're going to tackle a very specific barrier to moving on. So that actually sings.
Right.
You've actually given them some clues on the investigative team, because you've talked about how you're uniquely qualified. So they're already primed to start thinking positively about your investigative team. I was also trying to figure out, are you priming them for the innovation piece too? I didn't actually use the
totally.
word novel here.
I usually do use that word, and I am priming them for novel too, usually in that last paragraph and in the unique qualifiers piece. But you've actually, the way you're thinking about this is exactly right. The specific aims, the analysis of the specific aims page will never predicate a reviewer saying, they haven't shown me the methods that convince me they can do this. But it'll get them to that section of the grant. Specific aims page makes them significantly interested that they read significance and approach. And if that excites them, then they're into the approach section, and then they're analyzing my methods. But by then, I've built a lot of confidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what you don't want me worried as I read the significance in the innovation page, you don't want me as a reviewer to think, but I'm not sure they're really going to be able to pull this off. My concentration should just be on that significance. You don't even want me thinking about the methods until I get to that approach.
And in fact, I'm deliberately suspending some of those questions because sandbagging is a useful theatrical device. Some of the things I know they're worried about, I'm going to hit them with at the end. They're getting ready to write their review saying, but they haven't shown me such and such, and they're going to see it at the end where it's going to make an impact. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Do you understand the term sandbagging?
I think I'll figure it out as you go.
Okay. Questions about this part? You need a quiet space to write these specific aims. You need my template next to you. You need experts to critique it, and you need friends to critique it. At the end, when it sings, when it's beautiful, when every word is appropriate, you're ready to go. And I can't overstate how important colleague relationships are in getting good feedback. And so I was dating a woman at UAB who was faculty there, and I thought, this is going to be great. Being involved with a fellow scientist, we'll brainstorm, we'll write grants together, we'll put together spores, and I saw this whole scientific synergy in my future. And she gave me her first specific aims to critique, and I critiqued it. She said, how dare you critique my specific aims like that? It wasn't going to work scientifically. It wasn't going to work romantically. So you need people that are going to give you good feedback. And this is so important to this process because this is about your grant. I'll go back to the obesity grant. I hate obesity. I hate the tests this guy had in there. I dreaded it when I saw the title. And I read it and it was like, oh, this is great. I was on his side. He won me in one page. That was me, the non-expert, being drawn into a totally different field because of a pleasing writing style. Question?
I have a question about specific games pages. When you read one and it's very clear there isn't a compelling reason for the proposal. I mean, how do you address that with your faculty?
I would tell what
You haven't done the first part of your first couple of modules that led up to, I'm ready to do this.
I would tell them, you know, life's hard and the NIH is competitive and you can do solid science. But if it isn't really compelling, it isn't going to get funded. And I use the illustration of my 3-year slump. I'm actually going to have a new module for this course, getting out of the slump, where I was making the same viruses in the same way and using my same clever language, and I wasn't getting funded. I couldn't hit a grant. And I got a graphic artist, and she reformulated the way my data looked, and I got a bunch of grants. Things are so competitive that little extra margin makes a difference. And I would say to your junior faculty, you can do the best stuff in the world, but if people don't get that it's addressing a central field question, no one cares. So they need to formulate their science so it's addressing a central field question. Okay.
So for the unique qualifiers, can it be part of your preliminary data, something that you've not published but you have already published?
Yeah, the unique qualifiers are everything. It's my team, my reagents, my assays, or even a feasibility that you've shown. It's interesting. It can be like we're the only group to ever have put an antibody on a virus, and therefore we can test this. I always say unique qualifier should be as strongly stated as you can get away with. Do you follow? So there used to be a game, there used to be National Lampoon. Do you remember National Lampoon? It was a satirical magazine, and they had a how to cheat at Monopoly kit. And within the kit was a bridge that got you right out of jail and right to Park Place. And on the bottom of that bridge, it said, you can use this, but you're doing it on your own recognizance. So if you're stating something strongly that could backfire and be antagonistic, you're doing it at your own recognizance. So one of the viruses we've made was when Joe Biden's son had glioma and he was looking for the best therapy, they went to MD Anderson and they used my virus that I made, and he wrote a book about it, and half the book is about the virus. Well, if I invoke that, it can backfire. So it's the National Lampoon bridge. Use what you can, don't use anything that can backfire, that you're either wrong about or might antagonize the reviewers. Does that make sense? Okay.
Actually, so just another thing on this theme about our unique qualifications. We've actually been trying to summarize some of the research that some of our faculty have been doing. And frequently those summaries actually talk about what we did and not what we discovered. And it seems like you're framing this more as what was accomplished by your work, not that you actually did that work. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, what I try to highlight is technical feasibilities we've established that make the next set of questions that only we can answer. That people wish they could have done this, but they didn't because they didn't have the tools. But we've established feasibilities that now will let them ask that question. So the next module would also be one that I would put in the dry category, but hang in there because some of what you're going to learn will be issues that were raised and it'll save you a lot of work. Module 4, the research proposal, the rest. So I've told you about the specific aims, and everything else is the rest. Do you follow? And remember, specific aims, significance, innovation, approach. In some ways, significant innovation are set pieces with specific aims. Specific aims sets you up for what you want to highlight in these next sections. But let me tell you what the NIH says and then what I say. The purpose of the significance section is to explain the importance of the problem, describe the critical barrier in the field that's being addressed. How many times have I used that word, critical barrier? Explain how the proposed research will project and improve scientific knowledge. Describe how the concepts, methods, services will drive the field. That's a lot to ask in half a page, right? So the NIH cited problems with significance are not significant or exciting enough. Lack of compelling rationale, incremental and low impact. Where do you see this? When you get your scores back and they love everything about it except significance and the grant isn't funded. So this is like the stealth monster of this process, not recognizing that your science has to just blow them out of the water, has to be exciting. Not significant or exciting enough, lack of compelling rationale, low impact. It could be great science, but if it's not impacting, we're not going to fund it. So here's an example, and I don't expect you to read. I want you to see the trick that I did. This is my significance. Significance, importance, critical barriers, improvement of knowledge. Isn't that what they said they were asking for? They said, is your approach important? Does it address critical barriers? Does it improve scientific knowledge? So by breaking my section into these 3 subsections, it forces me to address what they've asked for. Does that make sense? Instead of just an exposition of this is novel and I'm smart and this is great, I'm forced to say, here's why it's important, here's the barrier addressed, here's how the knowledge. A novel strategy for non-hepatic sourcing of serum factors, a novel vector approach for alpha-1 lung disease, and expanded utility of adenoviral vectors based upon functional synergies. Again, I want to pause here. The significance asks for all this stuff. If you try to just do straight exposition, you'll never hit what they asked for. Break it down into paragraphs that are exactly what they asked for. Importance, critical barriers, improvement in scientific knowledge. And what I've built into this is the word novel about 20 times, anticipating the next section. So questions about this? I'm still learning. Not all of my grants are funded. And what I've learned painfully is even though I've mastered the specific aim page, this is where I sometimes need to pay more attention because this is the most common reason grants go down. You know the Shakespearean term, killing with kindness, right? He's a smart guy, the science is great, it's a great institution, but low importance. This is where they kill you with kindness. They can do what looks like a credible review, but they're going to kill you because it's not significant enough. So I'd urge you to pay attention to this section, to break it into subsections, and for the subsections to embody exactly what they've asked for. Importance, critical barriers, improvement. What was the word I used? Echolalia. Echoing back to them what they asked for with the words they've asked for it in. Questions about significance? I just would say, hit it out of the park. Just tell them everything that's good about that, because the grant could go down being an otherwise credible enterprise. Innovation. Explain how the application challenges and seeks to shift current paradigms or practice. Describe novel theoretical concepts, methodologies, advantages over existing methods. Explain refinements. Explain why concepts and methods are novel to the field. Focus on innovation and study design. Summarize novel findings. What's the key word here? Novel. So you have to turn yourself inside out to say how this is novel. Do you follow? So for example, if I've made, I don't know, a gorilla adenovirus to circumvent preformed immunity to human Ad5, but I've genetically modified it, even though that wasn't the most important point, I'll make damn sure to say this was the first modification of a gorilla virus in world history. Do you follow? Everything you can lay claim to. So here's an example. So what have I done? What did I say about significance? Break it into sections so they see all of it. Importance to science, blah, blah, blah. What am I saying about novelty? Break it into sections that highlight each and every facet that's novel. Our proposal embodies a number of highly novel facets. Of note, these technologies have a general relevance over and above the specific disease model studies proposed. These novel facets thus represent individually a composite system as well as a true platform. These novel aspects are as follows. Genetic correction of serum disorders. By originating the serum factor from the lung, we're changing the paradigm of originating it from the liver. Adenovirus to achieve long-term gene expression. Heretofore, adenovirus has been short-term. Now it's long-term. Gene therapy for AAT. Heretofore, gene therapy for AAV has been with AAV. Now it's with adenovirus. I've milked from this every single novel facet. Does that make sense? You can't say this is a novel therapy for breast cancer. You have to say, here's all the ways it's novel. And this is where, do you remember my bridge? Where does the bridge go from? Jail to Park Place. And what was the admonition? Anybody? Use it at your own recognizance. So this is where you let out the stops. Could backfire, could get you the grant. On a personal note, the PI of this proposal began his scientific career at the pulmonary branch NHLBI as a postdoc endeavoring some of the initial historical studies of AAH gene therapy. After more than 25 years of pursuing basic science studies of vector design, in-hand technology now makes it feasible to readdress gene therapy for AT. Our new vector paradigm, blah, blah, blah. As noted in Edward Albee's zoo story, sometimes it's necessary to go a long way out of one's way to come back a short distance correctly. They could hate this, but it's letting out the stops. It's the bridge to Park Place. It's something personal that makes them understand that I've been working on this for 25 years and technology is now going to let me circle back and do it correctly. Did anybody tear up when they heard that read that paragraph? I do every time. But there's 2 points here. Significance and innovation are of growing importance in the review process. With significance, they're telling you exactly what you must address. Why is it important? You saw what the three things were: changing science, whatever. Address all three things. Subsections of your response. With novelness, if I had written this as exposition, nobody would have gotten all the novel facets. Break each novel facet into a paragraph. And this is the one section where you can use the bridge, because they're asking for the bridge. Something novel, something to blow them out of the water. Questions about these two sections? And you can now see the beauty of the specific aims, how I've set up themes in the specific aims that I draw out here. The unique feasibilities, the unique credibilizers get played out in full here. Questions?
Yeah, a couple. First off, innovation sections seem to be the weakest part of most of the grants I've read. They primarily reiterate their significance section. And I really like the way you frame this. I like the verbs that you use. I went and circled highly original strategy, novel strategy, unique validation, new paradigm, recent development, unique opportunity, and it really resonates then with increasing the significance, but it really does say what's new and original about this. On the other hand, with the significance section, I'm struggling with how do you, you've got 2 or 3 different specific aims that you're actually addressing, and yet you're trying to address all of this in a 3-paragraph format. And how much do you need to, because each of your specific aims is significant in and of itself, isn't it?
Yeah, your point is a good one, and some of this is a little overlapping, but they're asking to see it in different ways. To say that a new vector approach to originate a serum factor is significant is different than saying we've developed the technology which is novel to make it happen. Significance is saying if you had this, here's all the diseases you could treat, here's all the problems you'd solve. Novelty is saying, look how cleverly we got the vector to go to the lung. It's just a matter of emphasis. Significance to me is like, if we had this, here's all the practical and theoretical benefits the field would accrue. Novelty is, I'm so clever, look how I pulled this off.
But you think all of your aims can then, the significance of all of those aims is the same thematically?
I've seen people do what you're suggesting, is for each aim say, here's what's significant and here's what's novel. And I just think you're asking people to kind of break apart your grant rather than see it as a whole. I just try to emphasize, here's what you're getting in this whole package. But, all the things I said about specific aims are absolutely true. But I would say here, this also deserves a lot of attention in terms of people critiquing it, getting input. I never get input on my methods. Nobody cares. But this is a section where, again, you're going to win them or lose them. How are we doing time-wise?
You're about 5 minutes to halfway.
I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I noticed that you obviously specify exactly what reviewers are supposed to look for by having separate paragraphs on it. So how do you address these in the last 2 or 3 years, the new qualifications they want, like scientific premise? You put a specific paragraph for that?
Yeah.
Write it out?
Yeah,
Each of those things they ask for, give them the paragraph?
Yep. It's a pain, but it forces the reviewer to see stuff in the way the NIH asks for it. And it kind of puts them in a bind because they did see it. They have to comment that you commented on it. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. Okay.
So in other words, you will have a separate scientific premise paragraph, even though your entire significance was building the science.
Just so it's there.
Okay.
So we had a whole module on the specific aims. We talked about significance and innovation. And so now we're going to talk about here's my keys to success. You got to knock it out of the park. Increased importance is placed on significance. Increased importance placed on novelty. You must address these facets with conviction and power. You must make your case to non-experts. Your advance in your field must be appreciated by reviewers outside your field. So I had as my first cancer center director, Al Labulio at UAB. And he used to just write the methods the way they would be in the paper and attach them to the back of the grant. And he'd say, the reviewers who need your methods can go back to that and see that you know how to do it. And I did that for a while, but as I was a reviewer, I realized I didn't like to read that stuff. And so why fight it? The people that review your grants are people like me. I don't know the damn methods. And so what you want to do is give them something that says, in essence, you know what you're doing, you know why you're doing it, and you have the tools to do it, and you're going to get measurable endpoints. And if you put that in an expositional format, they'll be appreciative because they don't have to read all these specific details. So here's what the NIH says. It says the purpose of this last section is to describe how the research will be carried out. Data, overview, description of methods, discussion of difficulties, expected results, project sequence, timetable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I find that one of the frequent killing with kindness criticisms is I didn't get enough methodological detail. But if you write in an expository way, you don't get that. And that's what I'm going to try to convince you of. I know this will be hard. So here's what the NIH says is the problem. Inappropriate level of detail, feasibility of each aim not shown, my italics, little or no expertise with approach, lack of novelty of controls, not directly testing hypothesis, correlative or descriptive data, experiments not directed to mechanisms, no discussion of alternative hypothesis, my italics, no discussion of pitfalls, no interpretation of data. And what I want to convince you of is you follow my format, you won't make any of these mistakes if you stick to the rigid format. So the format is you give them a rationale, you provide expository, lay-friendly methods, you tell them the anticipated results, and then you give them the problems and the pitfalls. The keys are that you have feasibilizing data for each specific aim that says you can do it, and that the method's description is conceptual without overwhelming technical detail. I mention this because it's hard for you to write this, it's hard for your reviewer to read it. There's the format, there's the keys. I want to mention at the front side something that's relevant to the back side, the concept of sandbagging. And that's holding something in reserve that you surprise and delight them with. You've had it all along, but you spring it on them when there's theatrical detail, okay? And so what I'm saying is at the front side, you tell them what you're going to do, and you may want to decide in advance what you're going to sandbag and the problems and pitfalls. And that's because you want to save something back for this section. And that's because the true test of grantsmanship in this section is problems and pitfalls. What do you think is the most common criticism of the methods section? They didn't consider pitfalls or provide alternative approaches. So you think about that at the front and you save it for the back and you'll appear doubly clever. So this is a recent grant that I wrote. So I restate the specific aim and then I give the rationale. People want to be reminded of what you're doing and why, and that you're able to do it even though you've said it before. Does that make sense? You're reminding them. This is a little reminder. We're going to develop vectors to deliver genes to the salivary gland. And we're going to use vectors that have enhanced infectivity for cells with low adenovirus receptor, because we know the salivary glands have that problem. And we're going to construct them, and we're going to inject it into the salivary gland of rats, and we're going to do imaging analysis, and we'll get a direct quantitative readout of efficacy. And this will give us clear and compelling data as to what's the best vector for intraductal gene expression. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's how I'm going to do it. Here's the tools I'm going to use. And here's what we'll get out of it. This is the section where you can hint at key consortia that you have, or key Dutch boy issues, or if they're very specific Dutch boy issues, you can bring them out in the subsections. For example, in this section, you can say, we have all the reagents in hand to accomplish these. We will be targeting to this receptor for which we need this antibody, and we have it, C letter of things. In other words, when they read this, they know that you have methods, rationale methods, tools, and you've established key feasibilities. And you know what? They're probably not going to read the next sections if they like the rationale. The rationale hangs, they don't need to see the specifics. Does that make sense? That's why you do a really good job on the rationale. So one of the critical things, we're almost done with the course, and I haven't talked about preliminary data yet. How did I get away with that? The reason I got away with that is the relevance of preliminary data is here, because you're establishing feasibilities that you can do what you propose. So I've said I'm going to make vectors of different sorts to inject intraductally for salivary gland gene therapy. So here I say, we make this kind of vector, there's a diagram, and in figure 2, we're showing you that it performs biologically the way we say it does. Therefore, who can take issue with us making minor modifications for the current application? Preliminary data establishes that you have the skills and tools to test the hypothesis. The hypothesis was, we can make an ad with optimized gene transfer to the salivary gland. The tools were genetically modified ad. The validation of the tools is here. No salivary gland data. They funded this grant. I had the tools. Here's where you really wow them. This is where you show that you're mindful. Pitfalls, alternative approaches. Save your good stuff. We have in hand all of the reagents required for the proposed vector construction. Of note, we've designed, rescued, and validated a number of SDAB targeted ads and validated their capacity for gene delivery. On this basis, we do not anticipate any difficulties deriving the SDABs with AD and GAD that we are going to use to test our hypothesis. What's the problem? We've done it. We don't anticipate any problems. Nonetheless, we do recognize that capsid incorporation of a given SDAB may embody uncertainties owing to the structural facets of each SDAB. On this basis, we can exploit a vector technology that we've developed that allows incorporation of targeting moieties in a sequence-independent manner. In this regard, we've developed vector targeting methods based on capsid incorporation of biotin-binding proteins. This method allows facile incorporation of biotin-labeled targeting moieties. We've demonstrated the use of this method, and it's been validated by others. Further in this regard, blah, 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 blah. Thus, if required, we can derive SDAB-targeted ads exploited this as a backup. If it all goes to shit, our carefully described stuff, we got another system. It's about testing the hypothesis, and we can do it. So do you see the value of this? We're willing to entertain the possibility that these tools that we've shown them about Still may not work. But we still have something in our back pocket, sandbagging. I could have told them about the biotin stuff upstream, but I saved it here so I could tell them that if it all went to shit, I still had something to test my hypothesis. Does that make sense? Alternative approaches says, I know what can go wrong, and I have a backup plan that lets you test this hypothesis because that's what you need to push science forward. Does that make sense? Problems and pitfalls, the key points. Always provide thoughtful consideration of alternative paths forward. Sandbag key points to raise here. Instead of noting in rationale and methods, don't give away the show in the rationale. Save something to surprise them. Avoid downstream specific aims contingent upon upstream. In other words, if all goes to shit, we still can progress. This is your chance to highlight your mindfulness and your thoughtfulness. Your alternative approaches is probably more important than rationale and specific methods. It shows them that you've thought about it and there's a backup plan and people are going to get something for their money. Questions about that?
Approach and preliminary data. And I would welcome you to talk about more senior people. Do you feel that there is a different expectation for early career scientists submitting their first R01 as opposed to an established scientist who's already gotten 18 R01s? When you're actually in the room, in the study section, does that play a role?
Not really. I think that when people review, when you're proposing a hypothesis that's based on a set of experiments, and if your approach section says, I have the tools to test that hypothesis, and the data is in there that shows it, I don't think there's a problem in the world. It's about, do you have the tools? Does that make sense? I don't feel like you believe me.
Examples of, we have demonstrated, that we can do this technique, and you list 4 publications. That may not be the case for.
But if you the Dutch boy model is either publications or letters of support or your data. And so for that salivary gland transduction, it could have been, we've modified viruses, here's the data. We have a collaborator that's going to give us the modified viruses, and here's the letter. Or we have done some work in our lab towards the goal of modifying the virus. But it's data, letters, or data, what was the third one?
Tools available to you, flexible,
Yeah.
maybe different if you're earlier in your career than if you're later, but as long as they're flexible, okay.
Yeah, like, so I can give you a very personal example. I work with a veterinarian at Auburn, so I write grants all the time that say, we're going to stick this targeting ligand on this virus, and then we're going to do blah, 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 blah. And nobody ever says to me, we don't believe you can do that. And so Bruce Smith wrote a grant a clever grant, where he was going to put something on a canine adenovirus. No one had done that before. And they said, we don't think you can do this. Grant got shot down. So he says to me, David, right now you're a co-investigator. How would you like to be a co-PI? And I said, I'll do it. And so now the next review, they didn't ask the question. Bumping me from investigator to co-PI was the moral equivalent of the Dutch boy model. You do what you have to do so the reviewers have confidence that you'll get it done. But the most beautiful picture is a junior investigator with a new hypothesis with tools as preliminary data showing that she can test the hypothesis.
You mentioned co-PI a couple times. You be using the multiple PI?
Right,
Okay.
right.
Now, a question about co-PI for new investigator. I understand that if you have a co-PI, you use that privilege of having your grants reviewed and how we call it new investigator.
Right. I mean, Bruce and I were both senior, and so it wasn't an issue. You want to retain your junior investigator status against all odds because it gives you such a bump in funding possibility. So I'd figure out another way around the problem. I was telling a way that I solved the problem. Okay, so I want to now.
Are you going to come back to this because as you walk through the outline for this specific game, I'm confused as to the overall outline or framework that you're using for the entire approach section.
I'll show you. Rationale, methods, anticipated results, problems, and pitfalls. But what I've highlighted in this discussion are some of the key pieces of that, but the materials I gave them have an example where I did all of that.
But are you putting that outline underneath each specific game?
Yes.
And then you also talked about your preliminary studies and your overview. Was that in front of each specific game? That's where I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So for this is what it looks like. Here's an example. Approach section. I relist the specific aim. I have a rationale, and then I go into the methods. Vector candidates to accomplish CAR-independent gene transfer. So I have embedded in that preliminary data, and then I go to problems, pitfalls, alternative approaches.
And then you'll do the same thing for AIM.
Exactly.
Okay. So
Yep.
you're not dealing with an overarching study overview.
No.
in front of each of your-
No, by this point, they're kicking the tires on my methods. So this is some master class stuff. So at the end of the methods sections, there's other things that you can do that will help your grant if they're relevant to the specific opportunity. So one of them is a timeline. And many grants demand a timeline, many grants don't. And the better part of Valor is to stick it in there, especially if you have collaborators and things. And so they're easy. You just say, here's what we're going to do. This is the flow. So I've got this in your packet. Putting in a timeline, what's the most important thing of putting a timeline? So the reviewers can't say, we don't understand the timeline. That's the most important reason. But it's easy. The next master class piece is organizational diagram. So if you're in a multi-PI or a co-PI, go ahead.
Sorry, I had a question. So, like the last, with both the method and then this timeline, both of these are things that are encouraged to be put in the human subject section now. I don't know how that affects your writing.
I wasn't aware of that, but I put it in here mostly to deal with the grant as a whole.
Okay. I just didn't know if you removed any of the, considered removing any of those things and removed some other information.
Well, a lot of people don't go to the animal section, and
So like for any clinical trial, you have to have a timeline, a clear timeline of like when you're gonna publish things, when you're gonna collect all of this data. I didn't know, so you think you should still put the second timeline in
that embodies the overall grant and not just the clinical portion. So another fine point is the so-called organizational diagram. So this is like if you're working closely with somebody or there's complex flow of reagents. So sometimes it doesn't hurt to do this, to say, this guy will do this, he'll give it to me, I'll give it back to him, then this will come to me, and that'll go back to him. And this is where there's a grant with close interlocking. And what's the principal value of this? Reviewers can't say, I don't understand how this whole thing's organized. So if you have a strong co-PI or you're in a multi-PI, it's often worth thinking of a organizational chart. And finally, again, this is playing to your audience. And a lot of my grants are cancer grants. And whether they say it or not, translation is always the coin of the realm at the NCI. And I think let's just bite the bullet and tell them how we can translate. Because what you don't want to do is have you say there's no translational path forward, and so we don't like the rest of this. Let me speak here. I've got a couple of minutes, right? Let me speak here to a thing. If you know what the criticisms are of your grant, the better part of valor is to front end them, because that defangs the reviewers. The reviewer can't say, well, he didn't do such and such if you've did it, because that leaves the reviewer in the uncomfortable position of saying, well, I just hate the son of a bitch. And that's where you want him. So I'll give you two examples. With adenoviruses as a vaccine, what reviewers will say 100% of the time is, what about the preformed immunity against adenovirus? And so even though there are reams of studies that say it doesn't impact vaccine efficacy, if you argue that, the reviewers will say, what about the immune response? So people have developed molecular strategies to traverse that, rare human adenovirus, primate adenovirus. So now what I do is just say, I know this is a problem and there are solutions, it's these, and we're using them. So the reviewer can't use the common, what about the preformed immunity? Because you front-ended it. So if you know what is going to be the main criticism, getting it out front will help. So for me, another one is, we've all heard about gene therapy, but there's goddamn problems with translating it. So even if you show great proof of principle in mice, how are you going to make the vector? How are you going to do preclinical tox? Who's going to be the PI? So you can write a beautiful science grant. You cannot even intimate that you're going to do a clinical trial, but the cancer reviewers will hoist you by that petard. So rather than be upset or whine, front end it. So I have a translational aspects paragraph. It's like a rubber stamp. I stamp my grants with it. And it says, we've done clinical trials. We know how to do them. We know how to produce the virus. So if this goes to trial, don't sweat it. We know how to do this. So to the degree to which you can anticipate the most visceral and predictable criticisms of your grant, figure out how to front end it, because then you've defanged the reviewer and he'll have to be hunched up saying, well, I just hate the son of a bitch. That's my problem. Questions? So that was master class aspects. DTC keys to success. After the specific aims, significance and innovation is the next most important juncture to win or lose. Do not fail to address these aspects in the most extravagant terms. You're pitching to the 18 or 20 who are not experts. Low significance, low novelty is the most frequent downfall of an otherwise competent proposal. DTC keys to success methods. Nobody likes writing methods. Nobody likes reading methods. If your methods are conceptual, all will be honored. Very few grants truly fail owing to insufficient methodological detail. DTC keys to success, problems and pitfalls. Problems and pitfalls are the juncture to demonstrate your thoughtfulness and thoroughness. This can be fun. Sandbagging strategy is a means to effectively blunt reviewer critique. Grants are won or lost at this juncture. Questions on this module? There's another piece of sandbagging that I want to speak to, and it's the so-called supplemental info. Do people know about that? 30 days before review, they give you a chance to come in with additional information that bears upon the grant. And it used to be it was promising data, but now many of the institutes demand that it's an accepted article. So some people will actually sandbag an article, try to get it accepted as supplemental data because it has more meaning than as just an inclusion. Does that make sense? So does anybody, I was an English major and I actually studied graduate Shakespeare classes, and there's a term, Deus ex machina. Does anybody know what that means? God out of the machine. So everything would be chaos on the stage, and they would wheel down an angel and she'd fix everything. So that was the machine, was the wheel, they put the angel down onto the stage. Played correctly, supplemental data is Deus ex machina, God out of the machine. So I had a grant pending at this, so the NIH director created a new special mechanism for CRISPR-Cas delivery, and boy, did I want to be in that club. So I wrote a really good grant with one paper that supported me, and my graduate student had another paper that was strong. And I said, don't submit it, let's wait. And we got it submitted, so it got accepted in an interval where it came in as supplemental data. When the reviewer sees the packet, the first thing they see is a supplemental page. So that was a way to get much more mileage out of the paper than if it were buried in the grant. So it's a fine point, but it just shows how the game's played. Other questions about that module? I never do that. I embody that in the first paragraph of the specific aims. If we do this, here's what you get and here's what it'll lead to. And in the significance section, if we accomplish this, here's where we can go.
More of a process question. What are your thoughts about this intensity of citing the text of the main body of the program as far as the messaging? So for example, like I've seen a wide range, like K grants, where some people will have a reference list of 30 citations, others will have. So I don't know if there's any messaging there for viewers care about the intensity of citing just because it's such a
The two most important purposes of citation are to highlight what you have done and to give credit to the reviewer, to the other scientists who may be your reviewers. Because nothing will make them as mad as a hornet like not having their work recognized. So if you can do that in 10 references, it's fine. So the last, go ahead. What was the
number of figures that you add is supporting data? I've seen sometimes like over 30 figures.
No, so now most most institutes are really restrictive toward actually not only has to be a paper, but it has to be an accepted paper. So your latitude is really much more restricted. Different institutes have different rules. And my rule is brevity. Accepted papers are one piece of data that goes to the heart of the matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I was asking about the application itself.
I see.
So in a 12-page application, is there a certain number of figures?
No. There can be too many, and I always try to use the minimal number that teach the point. So 2 to 3 per specific aim. That's all. Okay.
Some examples of when you might include a figure in your significance. You said in general you have to prove feasibility in your methods, but are there examples when you might include it in a figure or something like that?
I have colleagues who talk about biological pathways, and they'll show a figure that shows the biological pathway.
Sort of laying out context
Yeah.
of where your work fits in with other things, or
No.
of your model.
Yeah, I don't. Because by the time I get to the approach, I've described the systems expositionally. I guess it's part of keeping it as simple as possible. You should be able to write it and they should be able to get it. The most I'll do, like, I won't even do a schematic virus early on. I'll wait till I'm all the way in the approach section.
Could you put that into the rationale section of your approach section?
Yes, definitely. I definitely in the rationale section could show a schema for where I'm going with designing the virus.
So a lot of our behavioral scientists in the room actually are trying to figure out where we put a theoretical framework within our application.
I think that's the place, the rationale and the approach section.
This question about scientific rigor, the approach. I want to comment on how much rigorous the science has to be in terms of the approach. How much do you have to say to make sure it's scientifically rigorous? That's one of the criteria that NIH is talking about now.
It's really a tough question to answer. Do you follow? I think people don't like to read methodological details. And I think if I say, we will analyze this the way we've done before reference, or we will use the methods that so-and-so has used, they don't want to read about how I soaked the filter and how I dried the filter. So I err on the side of cursory methods, and the R21 I put in your packet should give you an idea of the level of detail I like. People look at my methods and they say, my God, they're going to ding you for insufficient detail. 30 years, 40 grants a year, never happened. So I think the methodological detail thing is overplayed. So for the last module, I'm going to talk about a bit about the review process, but not about the review process in terms of here's how it works and here's how you should understand it, but how to understand it in terms of how you construct your grants. Because if it would be mind-numbing for me to give you the complete overview of the review process and all that's involved. But what I want you to take from the review process is, how is it constructed and how does that embody the way you write your grant? Activation energy, we've talked about this. I want this to be fixed in your brain. I want this to be a framed poster in your living room. So, the review criteria that the NIH, if you go to the NIH site, they'll tell you the problems with significance is that it doesn't address a critical barrier. It doesn't tell how the scientific knowledge will advance the field. Here's the key words: critical barrier, drive the field. And we talked about this. With the investigators, it's pretty, what they look for is institutional investment. With innovation, we talked about it. What were all the ways they were innovative, and have you lay this out? But this is what NIH frequently cites as the problems with these sections. An environment. So you can go onto the NIH site and see this, but I want to talk about once you've submitted, what are the problems? What can you do? Because the course is all about empowerment. So exactly 1 month before the review date, 2 things happen. The full roster is released, and the NIH deadlines supplemental information. So with respect to the roster, if you have rationale to modify it, now is your time. Be sure you see the new additions to the roster that weren't present in the roster that's on the website. This is the time you make sure you've tailored this so it's fair. The second is supplemental data. Every PO has his own rules. Some will accept data, some will accept abstracts, some will accept papers, some will accept only accepted papers. So before this deadline, you should talk with the PO about what's currency so that you're ready at this deadline to provide what's needed and to plan accordingly. So you follow? You submit the grant, the NIH tells you a got to study section, documents go back and forth, 30 days before review, these 2 things happen. You have 1 day to act on it. So when you get your grant, when the grant's reviewed, what comes back to you is this so-called summary statement. And you'll see this thing on the top that gives you information about when it was reviewed, where it was reviewed, an impact score, a percentile score. I don't even want to get into what those mean. But to say you get a score, you get a so-called resume and summary of discussion, you get the specific critiques, and then they comment on administrative facets. But here what I want to talk about is the pieces that are relevant to your grant and how you get your grant funded. What percentage of new R01s are submitted straight up, they love it, and the check's in the mail? Less than 5%. So if you get funded, it's going to be a resubmission. So it's one thing to hook a fish, it's another thing to reel in the fish. And that process is how you do a resubmission. The art of the business is getting a score and resubmitting. And so that's why I'm teaching you this piece. 50% of the grants that are submitted are vetted pre-review. So that means reviewers sitting alone in their apartments in Germantown, drinking coffee, have said, your grant isn't in the top 50%, end of story. And so you don't really know what went wrong because each reviewer will make their case and there's no discussion. But in the top 50%, at committee, there'll be a discussion. And during that discussion, the PO takes notes. So always be scoring above 50%. Because if you're below 50%, you'll never know what went wrong, and therefore you don't have the basis to fix it. If you're above the 50% and the PO wrote the resume, you've still got your hooks in her. You can talk to her on the phone, she can read you back the notes, she can tell you what she really thought, and you have a relationship and an ally to move forward. So when you get these, 50% are canned, the bottom 50% not scored. The loss of the SRA PO interpretation means you're flying blind. Always be scoring. So in addition, you get specific reviewer critiques. So there they numerically rate these things that the NIH told you about, significance, investigation, and then they comment pro and con. So I want to talk about this. When you resubmit your grant, you get 1-page response to reviewer. And all the rules of specific aims are the same. It must be perfect. In 1 page, you must respond to all the critiques in a positive way and make them engaged, because you know what? They're going to make their decision based on that 1 page. And I don't know why a slide dropped out of here, but the rules are always, has anybody talked to you all about response to reviewers? This could be a bonus. This wasn't supposed to be part of the course. The reviewers have always said positive things. Then the reviewers have said negative things, and those might be myriad. And the way to write the review that embodies human psychology and the fact that there may be 6 months interval between when these reviewers saw it and they see it again is to remind them what they liked. The reviewers found many positive facets in our proposal. These were bang, bang, bang. So before they've even gotten to the critiques, they're reminded of that which was good about your proposal. In addition, the critiques fell under 3 broad categories. It's always 3. They are 1, 2, 3, and you speak to them. Some people will respond to each and everything, and I just don't believe that works to reviewer psychology, but that's another grant writing course. The main thing is, of this part of the module is, 5% will get funded, 95% won't. Your skill set is to read this document and understand what it says. The starting point is to get scored so you can talk with that PO and learn what the issues really were. And then you can construct that response to review so it embodies reminding them what they liked, responding to the criticism, and by all means, if there was one central critique of feasibility you didn't show, show it and highlight it. And that's what they'll read. So then the rest is just administrative stuff. They'll comment on vertebrate animals, they'll comment on the budget and administrative notes. So revise and resubmit is the essence of the business. If you believe, so again, the course is about empowerment, and I could talk for another half a day about all the things you could do to route or repackage, but I want you to walk away with the easy empowerment things. If you believe the study section just got it wrong, that despite your vetting, they lacked the expertise, there were people in there that didn't get it, you can request an alternative study section. It's easy. Find the new study section, get permission, go back to the old study section, tell them about the permission, send it over. The other option, which I think is just as easy, is repackage it. It's a new grant, give it a new title, change it, give it another chance. But a grant in the 50, if it's not within striking distance, it's not worth often responding unless you have hit it out of the park responses. And an option is always to abandon it because you can find other uses. Your really excellent grant unit is going to repackage that thing as a DOD, as a American Cancer Society, or as something else and get value out of it. Revise and resubmit the keys. Talk to the SRA and discuss the resume and the next steps always. No matter what you read in that critique, she heard something different, and her knowledge and the way she heard it are often absolutely key. Never, ever, 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 ever whine. I've heard experienced senior people say, I whined and I bumped my score up a few percentage points. And I would bet that they lost the big game. Remember, reputation, reputation. Don't let them see you bleed. So I don't ever believe in saying that. And resubmission embodies the one-page introduction to the revised application. I've given you one here. All of the rules of specific aims relate to this document because this is the cover sheet of the resubmission and it's all they're gonna read. Did he do what I want? If yes, he goes to the next step. Revise and resubmit the keys. Most applications are obtained as revised and resubmitted. Once you hook the fish, reeling in the fish is the test of your skill. The keys, remind them of what they liked, address especially the common points of critique, provide any new considerations. The field has now validated our contention of blah. Since we proposed a gorilla adenovirus, a definitive malaria trial in Africa has validated its utility. You have permission to use anything that you think builds your case.
You're free to either highlight or not in your revised application, the changes that you made.
Right.
You highlight them or not.
I do. I'm of the belief that people review everything, but I'm cynical enough to know they may not. So I want to get all my points out there on that first page and well stated. So once they dig into my grant, they're singing in the aisles.
And they see it in
Yep.
Yes.
No, it's a good point.
So just to clarify, how are you highlighting the changes that you actually made?
Usually you use a vertical bar. Yeah. DTC Keys to Success, Intro to the Revised. You only get one page. Same physiology as specific aim, le mot juste. Hit it out of the park or don't come up to bat. Addressed all the critiques. Never complain or argue with reviewers. And by that I mean, if there's a specific piece of data they want and need, get it. Don't be in a hurry to come back up to bat because you'll only make them mad. But really, this is a dialogue with the reviewers and a dialogue that should have a positive outcome. They're there theoretically to guide you to an acceptable proposal.
So, hang on. So you want us to address all the critiques, but there's only 3 critiques that we're addressing.
You try to group them. The reviewers had a number of criticisms which we can generally understand as 3 conceptual categories, or they were generally of 3 points. This, this, and this, because that way it's not 37 lines of we changed the buffer. We, usually they raise substantive stuff, and if you group it, and if the reviewers had the same points, that's even better. In general, the reviewers were in agreement on points of correction. We addressed these main points that were common among the reviewers. That's your best situation.
So typically there'll be like 12 different weaknesses in the approach, but
Right.
you'll actually say, you'll just lump that under their concerns related to the feasibility of the
Right.
approach or whatever.
Precisely. And so what I wanted to do,
And your final paragraph is all related to new stuff.
yes,
You went above and beyond addressing those critiques. That isn't just a summary of miscellaneous critiques you actually did. This isn't related to critiques.
right. And you have the chance to just let it all hang out with the National Lampoon Bridge cautionary note. But I think the one that I did is this one. So look what I did. We appreciate the careful critique of our R01 provided. We were especially pleased that the reviewers noted the many strengths of our application, which were this, of special significance, the reviewers fully noted the importance of our studies to the field at large. So if they didn't get it, we're reminding them. In addition, the reviewers noted some concerns which we address here: choice of the antibody, alternative approaches, sex distribution. So there aren't hard and fast rules. I've done what I was supposed to do, reminded them of positive, addressed their criticism. In addition, in this revised application, we've also proposed an expanded scope of novel vector development studies that significantly enhance the innovative aspect. Get it all out there. Club them over the head. So this way, they understand you've even made the proposal better. So I've given you a couple introduction to the revised. I really consider it the art form of the field, because it's going to determine whether you win or lose. The grant writing course isn't about understanding every facet. It's about your points of empowerment to get your grant funded. That's the course. Questions? I think we're going to have later a lunch session and a specific aim critique session, but now I'd be pleased to answer any specific question. No, there's not.
Talk a little bit about the timeline, the order in which you write these things. We're just talking about the specific aim stage and starting with that and moving forward once you have that. But then, as far as time to deadline letters, and research plans, and other things, do you have any thoughts on that?
It goes without saying that the more advanced planning you do, the better. And that relates to the fact that these choke points will really be a choke point. And you'll be surprised that some of your best friends will be the most refractory in giving you the letters and that kind of thing. So what I usually do is I'll write long in advance, 3 months in advance. Let's go back to Angelman syndrome with UC Davis. The deadline's in June. So I just wrote a specific aims. I circulated it to my lab. I sent it to the PI at UC Davis. Last night on the plane, he said, I love it. And so we said, let's commit to June. So it's not even the end of February, and we're planning a specific grant. So the next thing I will do is I will look at the specific aims in terms of what the Dutch boy model. And I'll work with my PI. I'll say, what's everything we need? What's the critical data? What are the letters of support? Let's get them. And so I'll get my office rolling on that. And then I see you guys have Coldy's here. It's actually St. Louis based. And I live within 50 feet of the mothership in Demont Village. So I'll get a new Coldy's card, and I'll lock myself in my office, and I'll write the significance and novelness, because that's so important, and I really want it to hang together. And then I'll meet with junior faculty in my unit, and I'll say, we're going to write this methods, here's what we're going to do, and I'll write the rationale for you, and I'll write the pitfalls for you, and here's the methods piece I want you to help me a little bit with. And that'll come together, and that usually will be done a month in advance. And by then, all the other administrative stuff we do in the last week, but never where we're working against deadline. I can't overstate this piece. The working against deadline is just the destroyer of grants. It makes units behave badly. It creates bad feelings between units. And so if I'm taking the lead on a grant with multiple PIs, I'll have my full unit meet their full unit. And I'll say, this is the deadline, and this is what we're going to do. So there's no ambiguities about our work style versus other work styles. Is that what you're looking for? Yeah. Think of the word I keep using, empowerment. Everything you can do and that you're in control of front end, and that gives you time to push on your colleagues who may not have the same work ethic. Other questions?
If if you're working with junior investigators, you have to mentor them. Do you have a strategy, for example, you want to see that they have a well-thought-out specific aims page and before they go further? I mean, you made the comment that you spend as much time on the specific aim page as the grant, and I have that same experience. It's a lot of work to get that right. But what I see, you know, a lot of people are under deadline and pressure, and they want to get the whole thing written, and sometimes it's.
Well, I mean, you've raised a really, 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 really good point. You know, I get invited to many grants, and when do I make the commitment? And the commitment is a good specific aims page. When that's done, I know we're rolling. So I have an unruly collaborator at City of Hope, and personally and scientifically disorganized. And she said, I want to resubmit this grant for March, middle of March. And I said, I remain to be convinced. If you have the specific aims to me by the end of the week, we'll think about it. And you know, to her credit, it was magnificent specific aims. I said, you know, we're rolling. With this City of Hope, Angelman's, he came back, gave us 6-month window. That worked. With my junior people, here's how I do, because many of them are foreign, many of them are junior faculty, is I tell them that if we have to go back and forth on that thing 50 times, that's time well spent, because until that's done, we're not going anywhere. And I have a little box on my door, and they put it in there and I turn it around within 30 minutes. And that's how I teach them is we'll pick a specific aims, we'll do a magnificent job of it. And if that works, then we can move on to the other things. But I give this class internally as well. But the flip side is I have junior mid-level faculty that work with me, and I see their specific aims and I think I'm just not going to work with these people because the logic is too fuzzy and the endpoints aren't clear, and it just says a lot about a scientist in terms of this page. Specific aims page, it's go, no go. New relationships, old girlfriends, everything.
So then the next half of their time, which is writing the grant, do you believe that you're emphasizing time? I think that's really important, that people need to spend enough time and not be rushing to get something out the door that's really half-baked. But do you believe in having things sent out to other people to read them, or do you use any system like that?
Yeah, well, what I'll do that with the specific aims page, where I'll get colleagues to comment on the specific aims page. But once I get that, I really don't necessarily need people's input anymore. I have what I need that's a scientific credibilizer. But again, another point that derives from you, junior faculty, postdocs, I'll say the worst thing you can do is disappear and give me a fully formed grant a week before deadline. You know, once we commit to this, I want to go piece by piece. I lay out a schedule where every week we're going to have a deliverable, and that's what we hit. But I don't think anybody is capable of absorbing everything I've said and then giving a good product back. It has to be that each piece of it ends up being improved.
I think that is, sometimes you get a grant a week before and people want to see that you're not going to say something that's going to trash them at that point. You had a month. You knew they had a month to rewrite. You would tell them what you really thought and what needs to be fixed.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, the biggest problem that junior faculty have is being daunted by the process. And when they see a big, thick submission packet, it's like they can't imagine doing that. And I used to teach this class with my little brother, who's now a professor of astrophysics and member of Harvard's first black hole center, which shows how little he absorbed from my class. But when he was a little kid, he would tear the grant apart at predicted times. I'd say, well, there's all the administrative stuff. Let's throw that away. And then there's this stuff. Let's throw that away. And then you'll see that what you have isn't really so daunting. So I used to use a device like that to show that if you broke it into pieces, it really wasn't such a big and intimidating document.
Following up on that, could you, you mentioned meeting with your faculty, junior faculty on a weekly basis with parts of it. So you're not actually asking them to bring in the full 12 pages plus the specific aims. Tell us a little bit about how you're sequencing that. How are you breaking this into manageable chunks that promote valuable weekly feedback?
We'll do the specific aims, and that can take a week, but they really do have the option of seeing me 10 times a day, just back and forth, back and forth. We intensely make the specific aims page work. And then when that works, I have them write the significance and the novelty as another exercise, and that's a week. And then I have them write the scaffold of the approach. Give me the rationale and give me the problems and pitfalls, because that bookends what they're going to need in the Dutch boy context. And I'll say, let's think about what you really need. Let's think about what we can get, and that will predicate our timeline of actually going forward. And if I get those pieces, then I depend upon them to work with their colleagues to write the methodological details, which I'll check, but they're closer to than me. But then I'll do a formal session with everybody. We'll say, letters of support, here's the format. And then I'll just check them when I get them.
Because it's so very specific to their approach, but it's hard to give them the formula about that logical argument. Do you have any tips there on like how to get it to where what they're doing looks like the right, inevitable, and important thing to do?
Well, I'll usually give them an example of one of mine, and then I'll usually ask for a meeting with another one of their senior colleagues in the field who knows more about the significance than me, and we'll brainstorm it all out. And I agree with you. I'm finding it to be the kind of the most challenging section, and it's the one that really takes thoughtfulness to draw out all the themes that may be there. But more often than not, there is significance and there is novelty, and they're not able to state it. And that's a tragedy.
So what I think we're going to do now is we're going to take a 10-minute break. Bring your lunch back in here. We can do a little bit more Q&A between 12 and 12:30. Follow us up with some questions if you have them. And then at 12:30, the
1 o'clock will be the specific aims workshop in Robinson on the 4th floor. So if you were signed up for the specific aims workshop, we'll be on the 4th floor of Robinson at 1 p.m.
So go ahead and grab lunch, come on back in. We can have a little bit more discussion after that. So there were a few pieces that you referenced that I don't think were actually in our packet. The example from the timelines and the translation, had you meant for those to be in the packet, or that they should be or they're also in your slides. Should we distribute the slides?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Fine. Or we can actually print out larger examples of that. That'd be great. Okay. Great. Because particularly in the large room, a lot of the slides get a little bit small for everybody to follow.
Are you? Right.
Yeah, I think it would be fun on some of these sections where you have the word gen slides where you have the examples that would be fun with them just 5 minutes to look and read through that, to highlight that and say, yeah, well, because you have your 5 points, so if you actually say, here are the 5 points here that you I want you to go in, I want you to identify those and circle them, because that's kind of what I was doing as you were talking, right? Just kind of go over the visual reference for those. So kind of gives them exercise to do as they're going through. But yes, this is actually very, very nice. I really appreciate that innovation section. I really like how that works. I'm still struggling with the significance section.
Right.
I don't think I'm as used to putting so much detail into the rationale section in the code.
Right.
And again, what you're trying to do is to keep people focused on the big picture and not get buried into all of the nitty-gritty.
That's the logic. Every time somebody sees a word that's their word, they go off on a tangent.
So your significance section is, so I was actually intrigued with the significance section. So he's not getting into the specific game, each specific game, he's justifying each specific game in the significance section. He's really doing that in the rationale section of his approach. And sticking with just the big picture and the significance, staying out of the details. Is that how you've done it before, or?
I really loved everything you said today. I mean, a lot of these are messages I've been, because I'm a new associate dean for research and historical operations, and I've been trying to get across these messages, and I've told them over and over again. People read the specific game page and they know whether they're gonna fund your grant.
Right.
I mean, after that, you can sync it maybe, but if they don't like it, you're not going anywhere.
Well, and I particularly like the idea of not giving them methods in specific games. So that was the part that I was really, and you saw it because I suspect almost every single one that you had methodologic details in their specific games among the 6 that you're going to. So at 1 o'clock, he's going to meet with 6 people and go through their aims pages.
It's impossible to overstate how much that turns people off. Every time people see a word in their realm, they follow that word. And when it doesn't go where they hope it goes, they're mad. So you just give them no false trails.
I think that really does. And so since I took this position, I've been having lots of my specific aims discussions with our faculty. They bring you specific aims, and that is really, what's really been valuable is that there's usually, we have 8 departments in our school, and there's usually 6 departments there. So we get that, like, I'm not in this area, but this doesn't make any sense to me kind of problem. So it actually is quite valuable.
I have a quick question to add.
Hi, how are
I
you?
don't remember that I signed up for the workshop, maybe I just signed up for this, but I do have a pilot grant that I'm writing, so I'm wondering if I could.
Workshops are for 6 people that specifically are.
Oh, okay, so it's not possible.
Well, you can send me your specific games. The way I've done this in the past is people are free to send me specific games. And I have a website too. The course has a website. And if you contact Amanda, she'll get you the website.
No,
exactly.
Same thing, no, I feel the same way.
We'll just set up the website.
Everybody lots of grants.
Yeah, it has some of the links that I made.
We've also been very lucky during the course of it, but I can almost lose.
Right up here.
Just Dave, I wanted to say hello, Dale Abrahamson. We were at UAB together. This is a long time ago. You might not.
I do remember.
Yeah, I left and moved here to become chair of anatomy and subology 20 plus years ago. But yeah, it was nice to hear you mention Al Abulio. I remember him.
Yeah, he was a great mentor.
He was. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
This is very helpful. Yeah,
Thanks.
really appreciate you.
I married a St. Louis girl.
Yeah.
And they all go home.
Yeah.
So I moved to WashU.
Quite sure. Yeah.
And now I'm just exploring the Midwest. I've done some stuff with Kansas before.
Yeah.
So this was a great opportunity.
Sure.
I've just created this as a commercial thing. So I'm giving it like at Auburn, St. Louis University, Morehouse. Just been fun.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to say hello. Good to see you again. Yeah.
Every time I give a course, I get some information. I think you're right, blowing up their things.
Well, you got the handout, so a lot of, particularly on TDM. Great key.
Always certain people think I don't follow my mind. Right from the point, I really do.
So just a couple of supplemental materials. So everybody should now have the printed handout. And if you didn't get it, I think Amy's got a couple of others, or she can send it to you. I strongly recommend actually going through that, the examples that were there, and just identifying, taking his outline that he actually gave us, going through, circling those elements and seeing where those things are embedded. So I found that very useful. The other thing is there's a couple of other materials that he referenced that we didn't have in the handout. So I think the translational aspects and the timeline weren't actually in the handout. We'll actually get those, or I think they're actually on the website, right? Okay, so what we will do is we will get everybody who signed up for the course the cross-link to the website that accompanies the course, so you can reference that. And also then that'll actually also give you, are the slides on there, or the slides, actually, we'll actually also distribute the slides so that when you actually have a framework for when you're looking for some of these items, either in your own grant or in some of the examples that he provided us, you'll have that available to you. So with that, other issues, I'm letting him have a chance to grab a bite, because he's going to be working for the rest of the afternoon here too with a select group. But we also have some other grant writing experts in the room here that we can actually reflect on some things. So were there other issues or questions that arose during the course of this discussion? Anything that anybody wanted to bring up?
Let me see about what you.
Yeah.
So, hold on.
So, one of the things that I've had people say as I'm writing grants is, if I maybe don't have the right supporting data or something like that. Maybe it's something that includes an exploratory game. Something I'm unsure of whether or not that's a good idea. I guess to have an unexplored, exploratory game. Hey, we think this is going to be an awful cool thing.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I'm trying to I'm just clarifying the question, I'm answering it. So the initial thing was that you were concerned that you didn't have enough of what to do what. Was there a hole in the dike, I guess, related to your first one or two specific games?
So yeah, I guess we didn't really have data to support this piece of the proposal that we wanted to do.
Okay. But that was not a part related to your first or second game?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It was just something that we thought was going to be a novel piece of it.
Okay. And so I guess the question would be, if you've got some things that you think will be intriguing to reviewers, you don't have that, do you put exploratory aims in place with the grant? Or how do you actually handle that?
Well, if the NIH reviewers have said that they want to see a certain piece of data, and you're planning on going back to that review body, you're stuck with some kind of response. The response can be other work in the field has addressed the thing that you're concerned about, and you're pointing that to you now. The best response is, we have heard you and we have done the experiment, and here is the data right now. The null hypothesis response is to go to an agency that is more comfortable funding early-phase work. Like many of the foundations explicitly seek to support work that isn't fully ready for the NIH. Follow?
Yeah.
So you have to get the money to do the work. So you either do the work, you have others do the work for you, or you try to get an agency that is excited about funding, like, for example, all of the DoD grants, specifically idea mechanisms, where they're going to acquire them. But if you're in a situation where the reviewers have given you a specific directive, that's not a bad thing. Because now, once you comply, they're stuck at review with rewarding you for having accomplished what they asked. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When reviewers give you a specific and highly tailored request, that's the best thing in the world. Because that enables you to respond, to be fully respond. But again, just in fairness to the way the world works, things change. So for example, back in the day, we'd say, well, we want to put this antibody on a virus, and the viewer would say, until that virus is in hand, we don't believe we want to fund it. So with time, when others have done it, and we have done it, we can now write a grant that says, we're going to stick this on this. And nobody says, we don't think you can do it, or you must show us that you can do it. Yeah.
When the final roster comes out, I was not very clear about what it is in that time when the final roster comes out as the 20-day point, other than maybe consider possible conflicts of interest.
There are two things you can do. First is you can say, I've looked at your reviewers, I've done cosmetic searches on them, and to my surprise, of the 30 reviewers, not one has any citation in adenovirus. Can you clarify for me, is adenovirus expertise really representative? And I'll say, gee whiz, it isn't. How do you want to handle it? At least we set the stage in the fact that there's a problem with review. The second piece is, you must know people who hate your guns, right? And if you see them on the review body, you know there's someone who can't give you a fair review. You can't get rid of them for personal or political reasons. So you search for a non-political reason, and one that's particularly resonant is competing commercial interests. Everybody has a company these days. Everybody consults for anybody. So almost invariably, I can do a Google search. I can find that my editorial reviewer has some commercial links that editorial I need rid of them. And those are the two things you can do. Or, I just think those are reasonable things to do. But it is awfully empowering. Like, when I got this, the NIH created this new consortium for CRISPR-Cas, and the NIH director is using his personal money to create a kind of virtual institute. And I always like working with groups, and so I really wanted to be in that. And when I got my reviewers yesterday, I didn't know one of them. And that was fabulous, because there wouldn't have been any gene therapists with which there were history. And to my mind, the lack of adenovirus expertise becomes non-problematic when I know that the NIH is looking for a diverse portfolio of vectors. Does that make sense? It's just you have to be thoughtful about what could be working for you and what could be working against you.
I have a question. If you did something innovative, if you now want to apply it to a set of studies, when you discuss the innovation, are you just talking about the future innovation that the project will bring, or are you going backwards and talking about the innovation?
I try, as I try to highlight, try to get all the mileage you can. So, and I did something very analogous to what you're proposing. I say, in my virus field, what I've done is fully innovative. Nobody's done anything like that. With respect to this disease, nobody will have applied anything like this. Therefore, all the information I get will be done. So you can go forward and back. You built it for all it's worth.
I have a question. Do you ever get contradictory feedback on your grant? But from the people that review it for you, do you ever get contradictory feedback?
You know, it's, I don't know your topic and whether you're locked into a limited repertoire of study sections. And therefore you feel like you need to play ball with one study section and maintain a relationship. So, I take the view that there are lots of study sections where my work might be resonant. And if something seems truly problematic with review, then I would just shop at someplace else. That's my view. But to give you an example, if you pick up the phone and you say to your PO, look how divergent these reviews are, right? You're dangerously close to whining, right? But if you can say, look how close, how divergent these reviews are, and the negative reviewer was factually inaccurate in these ways, the negative reviewer lacked expertise in my area by this evidence, so I feel bad that a non-expert had a deleterious effect on my grant. That's a way that you can get a better review next time. But it's hard to just highlight the human reality that you get really divergent views. Does that make sense to you? Here's the bottom line. You want to get funded, and you can battle it out in that study section, if that's your only study section, and maybe create ill will with you, or you can just go to another study section. But the most effective way to get rid of a bad reviewer, other than the conflict of interest piece, is to show explicitly where they were wrong. They cited something wrong, they stated something that was wrong, and just make that point to the PO so that next time she can remove them. She can't fix it at a time.
So your query was specifically on divergent reviews at the study section or divergent reviews prior to grant submission from internal colleagues?
I guess just in general.
Okay.
Another question. So if you send a grant in, say for instance, if you request study section A, and they send it to study section B, and then you write to the FRA and say, I needed this benefit. The other study section, but they insist that no, you have to stay here, this grant falls under this general category. And then you get, these reviewers that really didn't get your application and you want to submit your A1 to the study section A. Is that possible? Can you then resubmit a grant with different study sections, having spoken to both PSI saying that this grant would be applied to the other one?
Yeah, you can. So the general rule is that if you are technically you're resubmitting but asking for a new study section consideration, you still have to address the critiques from the first study section. So it sort of defeats the whole purpose. So the better part of Valor is to seize the opportunity to make a new grant and just go forward. Unless you got a score that in some way helps you resubmission. Does that make sense? But people think the study sections are possessive. They're 100% never going to tell you you can't do something. It's just, we stay in the South, better touch bases than that fences. And that's how these SRAs are. They'll pay anything. They just want to make sure their colleagues are okay with that. So if you're exiting a place and you get permission, the new person will always get it. They get points for the number of grants that come into their review. So they're not the coach. I guess I'm trying to think of examples of that. There's a formal NIH process of disputing review. How many times in world history has the NIH said, you're right, so we're going to fund you? It's never happened because that would thwart the autonomy of the review process. But the exceptions are really cherished events. So that's when there's an RFA or something special. And the NIH missed the boat. And you go back to the author of that RFA, the PO who wrote the RFA, who knows what he's looking for. Does that make sense? And you can say, gee whiz, I deduced from your RFA, you're looking for this, but the reviewers seem to have done something quite different. Can you comment? And I've had at least 3 occasions in my career where the PO said, you're right, the reviewers didn't understand what I was looking for, I'm going to fund you that site. So it's not a thing that can't happen, but it's a specific set of circumstances.
So could you clarify this? I don't think I fully understood. When you have one reviewer who's particularly negative, you said I can't go in and just whine. I have to be very clear about where their critiques were mistaken, and then the SRO might take them off of my grant as a reviewer next time.
That's exactly right. In other words,
what do I have to actually do to make that not whining and make it accurate? I'm not sure I fully caught that, but that sounded important.
One is data driven. The critical things they said, they're factually wrong. You prepare a one-pager that said, they said this, but that was an inappropriate citation. They asserted this, but that was wrong. If you would show where they're actually, the best thing in the world is when they miscite literature, because you can obliterate. And then your affect with the PO needs to be really calm. You're not a shrill, angry person, but you're trying to help with the process. I use low pressure with my trainees. I have a big bottle of low pressure. And when they give presentations, I medicate them. And so this would be an instance of where you want to go into the meeting with an icy calm. Does that make sense? But the calls they get a day of review where people have a happy reaction, they pay no attention to those. So later, a couple weeks later, with a fact-driven critique of the critique, and it's just my phone. I can't overstate this piece. They're busy during the review process. What do you think they do the rest of the year? It's awesome. They sit on a coffee machine. So you calling them to clarify events That's what they're there. And that their ending PO is more than willing to talk through your critiques.
So I can't, so some of the reviewers just aren't very specific in why they're slamming you. So they just say that they didn't fully address fidelity or something like that in your proposal. Okay, now you've got a whole section in there that talks about how you're measuring fidelity. They apparently just missed it, but is that something, that doesn't seem like that's something I can go back to the SRO and say that they're an idiot because they didn't see exactly what I'd written in there before.
You sort of can. You can say that the reviewer asked for this thing. We provided exactly what they requested. We were deeply disappointed when they didn't seem to acknowledge that. Please tell us what are our options now. What shall we do with this problem?
Okay, and that can go to the SRO, but it's got to be about 3 weeks after you've gotten your pink sheets or whatever.
When they have gotten through the kind of cohort of shrilly angry people.
Okay, and then then what I'm also worried about is does the SRO really remember? I guess they've already forgotten what happened during the study section other than their notes anyway. So what's the right timing for actually asking them to clarify the summary of discussion?
And so what happens is the review happens and it takes them a couple of weeks to post the review on the NIH Commons. And that's when they're done with it, but it's also publicly accessible. So that's the juncture at which you petition for a meeting, you outline the issues, and you provide them all of the tracking information they need, grant numbers, review dates, and you'll be surprised that when you have that scheduled teleconference, they'll have everything in front of them, including meeting notes, and they'll have their focus on you.
So I'm sorry, when is this happening?
Once the pink sheets are on the Commons, once they're up on the Commons, then they're willing to talk. I would say to junior people who don't have a lot of friends, if your expectation is that they're going to change your score or fund you, then you'll be disappointed. But if your expectation is that you'll learn how POs think and you'll learn about the review process, you're going to learn a lot. I don't know if they offer this at KU, but at WashU we do these mock study sessions. You all have that here?
Plus, sometimes.
Well, so you all are in the ICTS with us, correct? Mm-hmm. And so our ICTS offers that. And I don't know if people could go out there or you could get them to come here, but that's a tremendously useful exercise for junior people. You know, in combination with what I'm giving, the mock study section enables you to see how these reviewers handle this.
Great. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks everybody for participating. Thanks for the.
Two things. I have a website, and I put on the website, the grant course on the website, materials and links that may be useful. It's brand new, so keep checking it. And the second thing is, I'm more than willing to look at specific aims on the fly. You just write me, I will look at it and give you a blank response to the issues.
Thank you. Thank you.